2 and a 3 is 5, a 6 is 11, and a 10 is 21 blackjack. That's any prize, mate. That's any prize, Yakolev. There's our next winner. Oh yes. We have another lucky winner. Have another lucky winner. Daisy Car. We have another lucky winner. We will sell out tonight.
There we go. I think it's coming up slowly.
Yes, lady. Let's have a look at it. Let's have a look at it. We've got it for 22 to 21 to win. Yes,
you have to use my phone, John, if you can't get connection.
If you get 21, yeah. Yes, another winner. Another lucky winner. Well done, lady. You get to choose any prize. Any prize that you like. The Daisy Car. The Daisy. It's all yours. It's all yours.
No signal, but I had one.
Another lucky winner.
Yeah.
When we was flying home from Amsterdam, didn't I?
Yeah, at 2,000 feet you had a signal perfect.
25,000 feet me on Facebook.
That's the easiest way of winning on this game. With a 21 straight, a 21 blackjack, a 21 easy way, in one single winning ticket.
Well, just bear with us, folks, while we get YouTube chat up. There we go. Hello, Janet, we're there. We've got you in chat. Debbie Lever, Caroline, Elaine Collects, Julie Lewis, Philippa, and Richard Inman. And welcome everybody else.
Can you throw Janet there?
Oh yeah. There you go. So Janet's now a moderator. There you go.
And a big thanks to Janet for helping us out this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you, Janet.
Really appreciated.
Right, I think those
Behave yourselves. She knows how to swing it round still.
I'll leave that there. You can watch that if you want to. Yeah, those guys on the jet skis are still over there.
Any combination of numbers will give you any prize on the show. Any prize you like.
Hello, Mark.
Protesting, stop the boats.
Oh, right. There's another one this way as well.
Don't forget to pick up your copy of the Airshow brochure. It's available at the Blackpool Tower, front of the Blackpool Tower, the Festival and Headland, and also Blackpool Tourist Information Centre. I'll give you all the info of what's going on today, and anything you want to know what's going on in Blackpool is visit blackpool.com. Lots of people reaching out from me in Instagram. This is from Matt. We want to say happy wedding, third wedding anniversary to Annabelle and also Bethany. Harry has given me a shout out at Joe Airshow. She wants to say, Harry wants to say hello to Regan Moore. He's 11 and he loves airplanes. Well, he's in the right place because in about 20 minutes time, if the gentleman on the Ski-Doo vacates the flying area, we will be welcoming in the Typhoon. And just so you know, the Typhoon is coming from behind us, so get your cameras pointing up towards the tower. He's going to come flying in over the tower and straight at us, okay? Rosie Bassett wants to say hi to Faith, who works at BA Systems, and Rosie, they both work there, and they're on their day off. So they work at BA Systems and they come down to an air show. Those people like air shows. Jordan Brown wants to say hello to Grandma 80 for being the best grandma ever.
The display doesn't start till 5 to 1, does it? So
that's a nice one.
5 to 2. So.
Joanne also wants to say
early start.
She's here with her mom, Leanne, who used to be in 1019 Squadron. So that's the ATC squadrons. I know the ATC are here on the ground as well. I was in 1349 Squadron down in Woking. Great organisation. If you're young, you're still at school, and you want to know more about servicing the Royal Air Force, or just flying in general, I was in for about 2 years, and I'm really glad I did it, because after 2 years, I thought, you know what, I want to be in the Royal Air Force. I went into civilian flying as well. So it's a good way of finding out.
So that's the central pier, you can see there with the Ferris wheel.
Highly recommended. And you'll be
so the display lines in between the two piers, between the central pier and the north pier.
Doss wants to stay from her man Lee from Scotland, and it's only going to get better with the Chipmunk.
And
Donna will be as well. She's here with her husband.
See the first
Andrew will be
aircraft
part of their 50th birthday celebration.
Here from the left hand side, from the right hand
Loved
side.
the Red Arrows yesterday. Can't wait to see the Lancaster today. The Lancaster is going to be here just about 8 minutes past 2 o'clock, and it really is pretty special. Coningsby really pulled out all the plugs yesterday because we had pretty nasty weather to start with, and instead of
how is the sound, guys? Let me know if the sound is okay.
Which was really good. Oliver Bloy,
We're quite near to a megaphone, which we can't do much about,
they've come up from
unless John's got his snips out and puts a wire to it.
So they're having a day out together. Message from Sky wants to give a shout out to Claire. She's our stepmom, and she's amazing. And love her.
RVP guy on speed.
Let me know what you think of the show so far.
Yeah, it's very loud.
Show on Instagram. I'll be happy to pass on your messages. Hopefully we'll have the area clear, and
sun is okay. That's good.
Have moved out of the way, which is good for everybody. That whole area in front of us, obviously, it has to be devoid of any boats or sea-doos, anything like that, because you can't do aerobatics.
Then they can sound is okay.
Yeah,
so the boats that you see further on out, they're outside the exclusion zone. But if we have any sort of vessels coming up and down close to shore, then basically we'll have to stop flying until they move away. So good news, looks like they're moving away. And also another reminder about drones. Drones, no drones flying today. There's an exclusion zone set up above the flying display area, and also the police are here with some very sophisticated tech. They can see exactly where you are the minute you press go on your DJI. So no drones. Flying starts, as I said, at 5 to the hour. So just over 15 minutes away, we'll be welcoming the Typhoon coming from the rear over the Blackpool Tower.
Great commentary, Simon, you're doing today.
Yeah.
Your voice sounds different.
Yeah, I don't have to do any work today, do I? Just let him do all the work. There's the music. I thought we'd get some music, but it is what it is. Not much you can do about that. There's a right carnival atmosphere here. There's people as far as the eye can see. Yeah, just before 2 o'clock it starts. We're kicking off for the Typhoon. docks right on the end of Central Pier. You got it up here. So yeah, we've got the Typhoon, followed by, what's after the Typhoon? Well, we've got the Lancaster, I think the Red Devil. Oh, they've got one of those rotating rides that they've got at the RVP. One of Lucy's favourite rides down there.
He's all yours, and exit, you're gonna, he's all yours, and exit, you need to score 21 sweeps up there, so look at you when it gets to be.
Yeah, so thousands and thousands of people here.
Blackpool Airshow is a very, very close 2025 day 2, and we're going to be opening with blue skies. Look at this. Could it be any better? I think not. And the Typhoon will be coming behind us. The area in front of me is clear. No more getting right down the mosquitoes. Great.
I think the Red Arrows first on Saturday. On Sunday,
from behind us,
there's a different
over the
schedule
Blackpool
on
Tower
Sunday.
will be the Royal Air Force Typhoon.
Thanks,
Again, I'll warn you, especially for the kids, it's very, very
Thanks,
loud.
Drones and Planes.
So just be aware when it comes in, and it does do a lot of turning and reheat, so be aware. Also, the Blackpool Airshow brochures, just to confirm, there's some confusion. They're not for sale at the tower itself, they're in front of the tower. So there's some white marquees there, you can see us down by the beachfront.
Katie, thank you for your 7 months, Katie.
Headland in front of Blackpool Tower. That is where you're able to get your airshow brochures. There's a few left, and it's got a full program of what's flying today, also little interviews with the pilots and everything going on. So if you want a souvenir brochure, head down to the Blackpool Tower, look to your left towards the sea, there's some white marquees there, head towards them, that's where they are. But also, if you're near our Blackpool Tourist Information Centre, they're in there as well. Before the flying starts, I'm going to try and get in some more Instagram hellos. Luca wants to say hello for his shout out for his mate John for the Brockleback. Don't know what that means. I'm going to be cancelled. Jason also wants to say Jameson Gunnahy loves Frankie. Also, they're having a great time here in Blackpool. Kelly Langard wants to say hello to her son Jacob. First time at the Blackpool Airshow. Hope you're having a good time, Kelly and Jacob. It's only going to get better, but if you see young'un, make sure
there's 2 more have come.
That it's going to be loud.
I think
Elliot
that'll be official.
says this is the best early birthday present ever. Comes in from Kempton though. And Josh Elwell wants to say hello to Soggy K from sunny Bristol. And you too can give me a shout out if you want to on Joe Airshow. Just send me an Instagram and I'll be happy to say hi. Jacob Hall wants to say hi to Worldwide, Charlie and Jack. And also Bolton R Divided FLC wants to wish his wonderful wife Shireen a happy 3rd wedding anniversary. That's from Matt, Annabelle and Bethany.
You what?
Lots of people coming here for their anniversary.
Oh, thank you, Vision. Thank you, Paul.
Popular,
thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. £10.
Look at the sea now. The sun
Ray Moran, 7 months of support. Thank you, Ray.
Gone away, and in 5 minutes' time, it's going to be the Royal Air Force Typhoon.
Typhoon. Could do with flight radar on. I guess we'll be able to hear it before we see it. Oh, there it is. So it's going to go around the back. That's the Typhoon positioning. It's going to come flying past the tower. Yeah, those guys have got a good vantage point up there.
like the long haul, yeah? Nervous there,
6
Simon.
and 4 is 10, and 8 is 18, 18 and 21. And there's our next lucky winner. And you like the long haul. Can you catch? Yeah? Ready? He's all yours. He's all yours. He's all yours. There's our next lucky winner. There's our next lucky winner. There's our next lucky winner. We have another lucky winner.
So we're just waiting for the Typhoon to appear.
That'd been good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's a great spot.
Send him an email next year.
10 and 8 is 18, 18 and 3 is 21. Any prize, sunflower one. Do you want that one, Johnny? These are yours. That's all yours. Six and 6 is 12, and an 8 is 20, and a tiny 1 is 21 blackjack. We see on the show, any prize that you want. 6 and 6 is 12, 8 is 20, and a tiny 1 is 21. That's any prize, sweetheart. Any prize that you like. On the journey.
So ladies and gentlemen, we're minutes away from the arrival of the Typhoon coming from behind us over the Blackpool Tower. Everybody turn around and face the tower. All praise the tower. So this year's Royal Air Force Typhoon Display, call sign Reheat 01, is piloted by Squadron Leader Nathan Sawyer. He's a flying instructor at 29 Squadron based at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. Nathan was born down in West Sussex, and then he moved down to Devon, my part of the world, where he attended Morrison's, and here he comes, over the top. Engine on all the time. Nathan's sustaining crushing train forces there as it's coming through, back to ground. They're watching the invert the aircraft. Large amount of seagulls moving through the area.
Lost it.
Now watch as he rolls the aircraft back around for us. Straight to level. 4.5 generation fighter rolling up into a loop, accelerating up to 500 miles an hour. of the crowd. He's pulling about 6G in that turn. He's full body G suit helping him to soak up that massive G load. All his sensors ready for the next maneuver. Now it's time for the inbound barrel roll. He's going to slow the aircraft down, and by slow, that's relative, it's 300 miles an hour still. Nathan rolls the aircraft in a graceful barrel roll. Now the Typhoon, obviously the cutting edge of technology with Royal Air Force, that of the S-35, Blackpool Royal Air Force fleet. It's a 4.5 generation fighter, powered by two J200 engines. That's producing about 52,000 pounds of thrust. That is a lot of thrust. Now watch as the aircraft positions to come straight back in. Nathan aggressively pulls back on the stick and the aircraft's going to go into a loop before breaking away for a double corkscrew. Pitching up, see that canard. Perfect weather for flying today. Now he's going to reposition the aircraft to fly down the crowd line. Nathan's going to hold the aircraft at what we call knife edge. Great photo opportunity here before rolling the aircraft upside down inverted. Get your cameras ready. Nathan pitches up, rolls into knife edge, and then into inverted. Now going to push the aircraft away from the ground, this time hovering about -3G, so that -3G, very, very uncomfortable, and an inverted climb up to 3,500 feet. Top of that into an aileron roll, and then he's going to pull back down towards the ground. Nathan's going to be around a bit later on down at the Typhoon Display area down here near the going through there about 700 miles an hour. That is fast. When he's breaking away there, again he's back on about 9G. Luckily the seats in these aircraft are not straight up, they're not like a normal seat. He's sort of lying back at about 20 degrees, and that helps him dissipate the G-forces across his body. Now get ready for the slow speed. Nathan is heading towards us, pitching high alpha. If you've got binoculars, you'll see those flaperons at the front moving, and also his canards moving. Now it's minimum speed, and then watch as he powers the aircraft up, goes into full reheat. That 52,000 pounds of thrust, just pushing this aircraft away. same weight as a Formula One car. That's how much weight it's like a Formula One car sitting on its chest. Now, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the ultimate departure. First act in Blackpool display for 2005, the Royal Air Force, Typhoon. Huge thanks to Squadron Leader Nathan Sawyer, fantastic display. Could you think of anything better? Hang on, I've got something better. How would you like a Lancaster, a Spitfire and a Hurricane now?
I was struggling to follow that, you could hardly see them.
No, they just come on frequency. It's all heading in our direction. I don't talk a lot over BBMF, to be honest. I like to sit back and watch the Merlins go by. You don't want to hear my voice.
What next? Is it Battle of Britain Memorial Flight? What's next? The Battle of Britain Memorial Flight?
Yeah.
Just watch them come in.
Lancaster.
The Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, of course, is living history. And these aircraft are here to make us think about the sacrifices of the people in the Second World War, men and women, the air crews that went to battle for us, beat the Nazis. And these aircraft, thankfully, are not hanging up in a museum where you've got to go inside to see them. The Royal Air Force at Coningsby do a fantastic job in keeping this fleet of aircraft flying throughout the UK, and they did a great job yesterday. Again, huge thanks to them yesterday. We had some pretty nasty weather, and they held off until the end of the day. And they finally came and closed the show.
Wow.
So
that was so fast and manoeuvrable, it's difficult to keep up with it.
And they're moving in. They're going to come in from the crowd right.
Best.
It'll be a bit slower, this one, won't it?
Yeah, this should be easier. more my pace, this one. Next one.
Also, if you want to know more about the Lancaster and the Spitfire, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight have their very own tent. It's down here right in front of the tower. It's a black tent. They've just got a new car as well. And I've got to say a big thank you to the sponsors, to LC Vehicle Hire, who provided the Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Memorial Flight with a fantastic new Ford vehicle, so they can tour the country with them. So huge thanks to LC Vehicle Hires for that, and may you have many happy motoring miles in it. So the Lancaster coming in is PA 474. This is one of only 2 Lancasters remaining airworthy in the world. It was built near the end of the war, in May of 45, and by the end of the war it ended in Europe, but it's still going on in Japan. So they fitted it out to go to the Tiger Force, and they were about to ship it off to help in Far East, but then that conflict ended as well, so it ended up staying back in the UK, went into storage with just 3 hours and 10 minutes on the airframe, so it was practically brand new. And then in September 48 to 52, after conversion to a PR standard, it conducted aerial survey mapping work in East and South Africa with the 82 Squadron. It racked up about 2,000 hours, which is still not a lot of hours on a big airframe like this, before it came back to the UK. And then it went out to work, do some commercial work with Flight Refueling Limited.
So there she is, there's a Lancaster.
Way off in the distance now, and they'll be coming from the right hand side. If you'd like to become more involved in supporting BBMF and its work, get access to behind the scenes, then the Royal Air Force Memorial Flight Club offers that for you. You can become a member of them. Go see the guys at memorialflightclub.com. BBMF needs your support, and funds raised by the club directly support many of the flight's projects and activities. But for right now, ladies and gentlemen, let's just listen to the sounds of these 6 Merlin aircraft with these 3 historic aircraft coming through. And remember, the young men and women that gave so much for our freedom. So you can see why I would want to talk over that. And as been pointed out by a member of the MTC, it's actually 5 Merlin and 1 Griffin tower, because the Spitfire is the Mark 19, the boat reconnaissance version, and that had a Griffin engine, not a Merlin engine, updated, and after a Mark 12 and a Griffin engine. Where would we be without the MTC under years of knowledge? So as the aircraft position themselves to come back around, they're going to stay in this formation for a while, and then the 2 fighters will break from the bomber and do a tail chase amongst themselves. Then the bomber, the Lancaster, will come back in by itself. Right now, let's soak up the atmosphere of these 1 Griffin, 5 Merlin engines. Hurricane you see there in all black, that is the last Hurricane that was ever built. About 14,533 built, and this one rolled off the Hawker production line in Langley in July of 1944, and inscribed on the airframe is the last of the many. It's sort of on the port and starboard side. Now, obviously, people knew this was an important aircraft, and they were very keen to make sure it didn't disappear. So Hawker purchased the aircraft back from the Air Ministry and then kept it in storage at Langley. In 1950, the aircraft was entered into the King's Cup Air Race by Her Royal Highness Princess Margaret, and it was flown by none other than Group Captain Peter Townsend. He achieved 2nd place in this aircraft. Flight 3, break, go! So there you had the commanding officer flying the Lancaster telling the fighters to brake. Brake. They'll come back in as the Lancaster moves off to the right. As I said, this Hurricane was then raced by Peter Townsend, where he got second place in the King's Cup Air Race. During 1960s, the PZ was returned to its original wartime camouflage scheme. Had a lot of flying displays at air shows, and the famous fighter and test pilot Bill Bedford. It also appeared in the Battle of Britain. I don't think there's many people here that have not seen the Battle of Britain memorial or the Battle of Britain movie, because it's a bit of a staple for everyone that goes to air shows. So it's the
There's
movie
two
star.
Spitfires there, and the Lancaster's gone to the right hand side.
In March of '72, after a complete overhaul, PZ A380 was flown to Cotteshall, and there it was presented by Walker Sidney to the Battle of Britain Memorial Play. So get your cameras ready, and
So two Spitfires
the
are going to come.
aircraft are coming in straight ahead of us. Crowd centre.
If we can see
Walker
them.
Hurricane. Mark 19 Spitfire.
Oh, there they are.
TZ-865 currently appears, as I said, in that all-black night fighter colour scheme, replicating a Hurricane Mark IIC. That aircraft was BE-634. It was the 247 Squadron. The squadron's Hurricanes were used for night air defence at Plymouth, and also down in Exeter, in the west of the country, and also for night intruder operations against targets in northwestern France.
The Hurricane.
Behind the Hurricane is the Spitfire Mark 19 PM631. North to be built back in Reading, delivered to Southampton in May of '44. It was used for tests, although it did not see operational service. It pretty much represents the similar high altitude kind of reconnaissance Spitfires we did. They were unarmed, of course. They could fly at 370 miles an hour.
Hurricane followed by the Spitfire. Hurricane was arguably more successful
The main armament was actually
in the Second World
fly
War.
up to 40,000 feet. They had a fully pressurized cockpit and a range of about 1,500 miles. It covered vast swathes of northern France, where they did amazing work preparing for the D-Day invasion. The Spitfire was the satellite of the day. Without them, there would be no intelligence. You wouldn't know where the battle groups were. You wouldn't know what sort of defenses you'd be going into. And without these very, very fast aircraft flown by very brave pilots in difficult conditions, 40,000 feet is not a place you want to be with in a piston engine if you can help it. Valuable data was brought back. May of '49, it was 203 Advanced Flying School, and there was modified for meteorological work, flown by civilian pilots with the temperature, humidity and monitoring flight. It was based out of Hooton Park in Woodvale. They regularly went up to 30,000 feet every day in this aircraft. In '57, PM631 was flown to Biggin Hill from Duxford. by World War II Fighter Ace Group Captain Jamie Rankin, and in formation with another flight of Mark 19. It was PS A380 and PS 915 formed the historical aircraft flight, which later evolved into BBMF. So the pilot is letting know the Lancaster is see them.
Lancaster.
I hope you got that on video. Spitfire and a Hurricane rolling over the top with a Lancaster underneath. A beautiful sunny day in Blackpool. It could not be any better. Lancaster letting us know the speed, so the aircraft, when they come to catch up with them on the way back, will be able to match their speed. As I said earlier, this aircraft served with Flight Refueling Limited, and then it went on to Cranfield in 1954, where she was modified as a platform for testing experimental aerofoil sections. In April of 64, it was adopted by the Air Historical Branch for static display originally, and the RAF was flown to Henlow for storage in the Wayne Museum. And in 65, the CEO of 44 Squadron, that was the first ever unit equipped with Lancasters and electrifying voltage, gained permission for 474 to be transferred to the care of the squadron. And after inspecting it, we said, wow, this is in really good condition. It's like new inside. And it was allowed to fly over there. It then got refurbished and joined the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight in 1973.
Quite low down.
Initially at Conishaw before the flight to Coningsby in 76, and still living there today, happily. The A474 was officially adopted by the City of Lincoln in 1975, and permission was granted for the aircraft to display the coat of arms and the name of the city on the nose, which it always does. It does sometimes adjust the colour schemes that it wears, representing other aircraft that the City of Lincoln always stays on the nose. The A474 at the moment, painted on the port side as Lancaster Bill.
That's the sound of freedom.
Lancaster Bill was the nose art depicting a kangaroo in Wellington boots playing bagpipes, representing the mixed nationalities that flew the aircraft, the Scottish, Australian and the Welsh. And that was its crew at the time. 505 flew 51 ops with 460 Squadron, Royal Australian Air Force, Bibrook, and then it was transferred over to 550 Squadron at North Killingholme. Then on the other side, on the starboard side, it wears the colours of 50 Squadron with the code letters VN, VNT. These are the code letters of the aircraft which Flying Officer Dougie Milkins with 27 missions. Total Dougie Milkins did 35 of them. His score was 50 squadrons. So can you hear the fighter pilots calling out that they're clear? Obviously the bomber pilots can't see them because they're trailing behind underneath, so now they'll pop up beside them, get a line abreast. I cannot recommend enough thinking about joining this official club for the Royal Air Force Memorial Flight. You can get membership in the club for £30 for a whole year, and those funds go directly to keeping these aircraft flying. In return for your support, you'll become part of BBMS Training Special Club that takes you to the heart of the action. You will receive high quality glossy magazines each year, club magazines, stunning images behind the scenes interviews. You also sign up to get monthly interviews, and they're entitled to free tours of BBMS hangar via the BBMS Feathers Visitor Centre. That's worth it on its own.
Typhoon, break, go!
Ladies and gentlemen, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, final pass. Well, now as the BBMF regroup behind us, they're going to head back towards Coningsby. And a huge thanks again for yesterday and today. And what an opening. What an opening.
Got some donations for here.
Fantastic
Wow.
work by our
Seal Cup.
Seal Cup, thank you for £20.
Director,
Appreciate it.
who's here today with
Think Planes, thank you, £10. Thanks, Simon.
We'll talk more about them later on.
And Drones and Planes, thanks.
Really
Drones and Planes, John,
So
you
coming
hand
up
me
next,
£10.
we're going
Fantastic.
from the best
Really good,
British
really good.
to the best that Romania has to offer in the form of the Yakolevs, the Yak 52 and the Yak 18. They are going to be running in very shortly.
A bit easier on that Lancaster, Simon.
So the Yak 52,
Yeah, a lot easier. Yeah.
very popular lead-in
Yeah.
sword trainer aircraft. Gossap was the Russian equivalent of University Air Force. One of them. After a while, they move you on to the MiG-21s or the MiG-29 at the time.
Thank you,
Also,
Rob
civilian
BH as well.
flying
I
training
did say a thank you, I just did it on yours.
This was what I call a primary
It was
trainer.
$20, I think.
And, very
Okay, thank you, Rob BH.
It's a bit back, so donation
great
anyway. So.
bang for your buck. Value for money. A lot of people
Thank you, Rob BH for your
together with
$20.
friends,
Appreciate
one or
your
two
support.
friends that have licenses, and it's a reasonably cheap way to go flying. Powered by 9-cylinder radial Chenko engine, which is pretty bulletproof, like most of the aircraft. And you'll see it when it comes in a minute, coming from your left-hand side.
Coming from the left hand side.
So they'll be accompanied by a Yak-18. That's a very different
Thank you,
beast.
Dave H.
One of
£5
the touring
from Dave H.
aircraft.
Appreciate it.
You'll see the Yak-52.
Wig John, £10.
It's
Thank
laid
you,
out
Wig
like
John.
a fighter. There's a pilot in the front and a commander in the back. So when you were doing flight instruction, normally the pilot under the instructor would be sitting in the front and the instructor would sit in the back. Whereas the Yak-18 looks very much like a touring aircraft, and that's what it was set up to be. It was for cross-country, but again, they were trained on it. Military crews trained on it, particularly bomber crews, because it's, as you'll see,
And
lots
Fiona, thanks so much, Fiona.
as well, which from an instructor's point of view,
Very
is a
generous,
lot more
brilliant support. Thank you,
ergonomically
Fiona.
So here they come from your right-hand side. You can see them appearing over the pier. It's the Flying Comrades. So we can hear the team leader calling out to reposition the aircraft behind him, and the Yak-52s, of course, have their smoke systems on. These smoke systems are performed by using the heat of the exhaust, and it is all fully biodegradable. So they'll stay in this Vic formation as they come back. Smoke on from the 52s, just holding that bank angle. Very distinctive shape. It looks a little bit like a Harvard from that sort of angle, the wing anyway. Big, thick wing, long cord on that Yak-18. Oh, I see what you've done there. Okay, babushka, babushka. Very good, very good.
That lady down here took it twice. This time she's done it with 2 turns and a 1. 2 turns and a 1. 21 and 20 sound like a good. And he finds there's another one. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Squeeze it.
So leading the team, and on the radio you hear him making the calls. That's team leader Phil Hardison, and Phil is a very accomplished pilot. He's 2 wingmen in the 52s. 2 slot on the right there, it's Alex Lawton, that's with the white, yellow and black nose. Aircraft Golf Bravo, X-ray Juliet Bravo is based out in Duxford. So get your cameras ready as they come in, because we're going to have a break. The Yak-18 is going to depart, and we'll have a display from the 52s. So good camera shot coming up soon.
Come on.
52s, break to their right. Flying that 3 slot is Tom Turner, the silver and red Yak-52. Registration Golf Yankee Alpha Kilo Foxtrot, the PF as it's called, and that also is based down in sunny Duxford. Coming back in now is the Yak-18, as I said. It does share a lot of systems with the 52. And this one, the Yak-18T, a common model. The Yak-18T was designed in the late 60s as a civilian aircraft, as I said. It has a nose wheel. It's a 4 or 5-seater, depending on the person that you're inviting to come fly. This particular aircraft is powered by a 9-cylinder, 400 horsepower radial engine. And as you can see, a very capable aircraft in aerobatics, although you don't want to be upside down too long, because it's got about a 2-minute window, about a minute and a half to be safe, before the fuel in the carburetor runs out. And as I said, the 18 shares systems with the Yak-52. Very strong aircraft, as is the Yak-52 that now arrives from the left. Straight up into a loop. It's such a solid aircraft to fly. Even though you can see underneath the wings that the wheels are sort of hanging out, and they're meant to do that, it's not broken. They sort of protrude by about 20-25%. I once talked to a Russian instructor, Gennady Elfimov, and he told me, he said, well, because we were having so many crashes, we thought it would be a good idea to try and save the wings by having some of the wheel still sticking out, and it does actually work as well. So if you have to do a wheels up landing, really you can never do a wheels up landing on a Yak-52, because they'll always have the wheels hanging down a little bit. The Yak-52 has some peculiar quirks. Most Western aircraft, the propeller will rotate clockwise, but in the 52 it's anti-clockwise. Nice 4-point hesitation roll as it goes through, which when you've got anti-clockwise, it means you've got to put in opposite rudder when you're taking off. One of the things I really like about this aircraft, it's got little sticks that pop up when you drop the gear. When you come in to land, these little black and white sticks, about halfway out your wing, will pop up and say, yeah, the gear is now. So the Yak-18 and the Yak-52 back in a 2-ship. As through the center comes the Singleton into a very nice loop and rolling out the side. Another thing with Yak-52s, especially if you're taxiing them, it's got a pneumatic brake system, so air. So it's got a big cylinder of air, and that cylinder has only X amount of brakes in it, as my instructor told me. So once you run out of air, you've got no brakes. So you've got to be using brakes sparingly when you're taxiing with this aircraft. Nice crossover section. Alex doing a great job with Singleton. He's going to join up with Tom and onto the Yak-52 as well with Phil at the controls. He's going to slot into his 3-slot line of stern. The Chinese made a copy of the 52, it's called a Nangchang CJ6. They basically extended it a little bit, but I think the 52 is the way to go. And as I said, very popular with private pilots and relatively cheap to operate. So if you want to get into aerobatics and the warbird scene, the Yak-52 is definitely something to look at. So you heard the call coming from the team leader in the Yak-18, that's Phil Hardesty, and it's his job to orchestrate the aircraft behind him. They won't change position and move out of position until he does that countdown. When, especially they're underneath, tucked away like that, it's very important that they find, wait until they're called up.
Increase in the back right now.
They're the same one.
Okay, reversing at that turn now.
So you heard Alex call out reversing, that means he's going to bring the aircraft back around so we can see their top side. Great photo opportunity. Now watch as they change formation once again. Alex just called out a Vic formation, so he'll slide slightly to the right, and number 2 and number 3 will come up on his left and his right hand side. And once they get in position, they say all aboard, therefore they're good to go. So now they're coming back into Vic formation. Let's listen to Alex call out the team.
Go. Timing.
So the Yak-18 with Phil Hardesty at the controls, calling out the shots. Coming back around for their penultimate pass. Trick I found helped a lot when I was flying 52s. If you're in Vic formation like that, you're trying to formate unlike the F-18. Put a little bit of sticky tape on the window. I'd get up to the position that I needed to be, and then I'd have this little sticky tape and stick it up right on the windshield where the pilot's helmet was in the other aircraft. Really wasn't sweet. Back on the pilot's helmet, wasn't sweet. So as they come back around, they're going to climb out and come back in on the center line for their final break. We'll listen to Phil call that out on the radio.
Speak to the 45 filter.
Ladies and gentlemen, the flying comrades, the Yak-80 and the Yak-52. Well, we had a bit of drama in the commentary position while all this was going on. We had one from the FCC comes in, the harbour's broken down. And they've come back in, no, the harbour started again. So we're good to go. Apparently the harbour is up and running, and I'm pleased to say that John Hurl will be here very, very shortly in one of my favourite aircraft. So he'll be coming in very shortly. That gives me a little bit of time to do some Instagrams. Lots of people reaching out on Instagram.
Donations
And,
in
wow.
between
want to
here.
be one of them. Just drop me a note
Thank you
on
to you there. £5.
Airshow.
Just put thank you to
From
everybody.
Wayne Littler wants to say
Carol,
hi to Leslie and
gifted
Josh.
membership, thank you Carol. And Ross CT, £10, thank you Ross.
Andrew
And Sophie,
Barnes
5
wants to say
gifted memberships,
hi
thank
to
you
his wife
Sophie.
and kids.
Very
Seth,
generous of
Faye,
you
and
guys.
David, and his 2 nephews who are set here for the 2nd day watching air shows.
So
Not
next is
better
at
today
Harvard.
though, Wayne, isn't it, than yesterday?
Next
Yesterday was rubbish weather, really bad. But today we've got the sunshine, and it just makes all the difference. Super League Roundup wants to shout out Demi, who is with Sue
Right.
enjoying the sun. Don't blame her.
Yeah,
Tell
I
her
think this is a
Mr.
better
can't
location
wait to
than
see her
further
soon
down
from
by the
Blackpool.
glitter balls.
Liz wants to say hi to her daughter. It's her birthday tomorrow. Aria, you're turning 8. Oh my word, 8 years old. Please,
The multi-story, the new multi-story, just across the back there.
All her love, Mom and Dad.
About
There you
6
go, Liz, it's done.
6
Happy
o'clock.
birthday for tomorrow.
6 a.m. 6.
So I'm listening out for the rasping noises of the wonderful Harvard aircraft. This aircraft was incredibly important in the Second World War. Of course, all the glory goes to the Spitfires and the Mustangs, Corsairs, what have you. But I guarantee you, every single pilot would have done some time in a Harvard in his flight training before he moved on to these complex, fast aircraft. The Harvard was the backbone of flight training. In America, they call it the Texan T6. It flew with the American Air Force as well as the American Navy. They paint them all yellow, the American Navy ones. And then the Canadian Air Force as well. They used them in great numbers. Flying in the Harvard myself, and it taught me a lot about tail dragging, engine management.
David, thanks. Dave Hurst, £5 from Dave. Thank you, Dave. Thanks very much, Dave.
It's got a massive radial engine. But that radial engine just throws out about 600 horsepower. So for such a big aircraft, that's not a lot of power. So you have to be very careful. One main instrument that you look at when you're flying a Harvard is airspeed. It's all about the airspeed. Making sure that you're going fast enough, because you can slow down quite rapidly in that aircraft.
I'll just shout a quick hello because I know my sister's watching. So hello, Barbara.
All these people on the North Pier.
My dad might have the put one out to go This is
So here he comes, running in from the right. John Hurley at the controls. It's the Harvard. That noise you hear, the Harvard bark is called, is the very tip-top of the propeller going supersonic. So it puts out that very distinctive noise. And then when it's flying away from you, you get the sound of that beautiful Pratt & Whitney radial engine. It sounds glorious. film buffs out there, you might recognize the Harvard, because in nearly every film in like the 60s and the 70s, because they couldn't get hold of a Japanese Zero or a Messerschmitt 109, they just get a Harvard, put some markings on it, and call it a Zero or a 109. So my wife hates it when I point it out. I go, that's a Harvard, that's not a Zero. And it's like, yeah, whatever, Joe. So this Harvard is privately owned by Captain Greg Corley. He's an EasyJet training captain. And they are a thirsty little beast, these. They weren't built with the word economy in mind. 40 to 50 gallons an hour it's throwing out. So very expensive to run. This aircraft is a genuine 1942's aircraft. It's not been messed with in any way. It's very, very original on the inside as well. And as you can see, a very heavy aircraft, and ponderous, I suppose is the word you'd use, but that was exactly what you wanted in a training aircraft. You didn't want things happening fast for a newbie pilot, because they would struggle with that. It's about the principles of flight, pitch, roll, and as we just saw a roll there, it's very capable of rolling. Although again, don't roll for too long. It's got no fuel injection system, so you're only allowed to be upside down for as long as the fuel is in the carburetor. Lovely barrel roll on the outside, and I'm sure a lot of people from Blackpool will be familiar with this aircraft because it's actually based up here at High G Jets, Hangar 4 in Blackpool. Lots to see and do out at Blackpool Airport as well if you're into your aircraft. I know there's some flight experiences out there as well, so have a look at their website of visitblackpool.com. That's got all the information that you'll need on there. Now, the gentleman at the controls, John Hurley, he started actually flying with the Royal Air Force on Vulcans. And he flew cocktail, captain's tours. Then he was posted to Germany, where he was flying in Buccaneers. Harvard, and that's where you trade off height and speed. You've got to make sure you've got enough speed going into those maneuvers, because as you can see, it's almost like it's hanging there at the top of it. You think, wow, is that going to slip out of that? But no, it just keeps it going. John, of course, very, very accomplished on this aircraft. After he flew Buccaneers in Germany, he went then to Tornadoes, and he was in Germany until '94. And after being told that he was being promoted and was going to be flying a jet, he went, okay, I think my time with the Royal Air Force is up. So he then moved on and decided it was time to leave. He did a tour in RAF Valley as a squadron commander on the Hawks before that though. After John's tour with the Hawk in Valley, he then joined BA Systems and continued flying the Hawk. In '96 he joined BA Systems as an instructor, teaching fast jet pilots to instruct on the Hawk. Did that for 15 years and then started his own company, which is, as I said, Blackpool High G Jets. They operate the Strike Master, we saw earlier, or we will see later. Also, they've got the Albatross jets in there. Very nice flying by John. As I said, not a lot of power to spare in this aircraft, so when you enter into those pitch up maneuvers, very important you know your airspeed. You have to be traveling at a certain speed. You know that when you get to the top of that loop, or half Cuban, or whatever it is that you're doing, you're going to be able to enter out and you won't, what we call slip out and stall at the top. That's why you always see him pitching the aircraft down a little bit before he starts pulling it up, builds up his airspeed. Very nice roll at the top, just flattening himself out, keeping that height, then he's going to translate into speed. Comes back down. As I said, the Harvard was fantastic, very strong, sturdy platform for flight training. Many pilots went to Canada on them. John gives us a little wing wave there as he heads off back to Hangar 4 at Blackpool Airport, where I'm sure some days they'll have open days, you can go and see them. So a big thank you, John Hurley and the Harvard. So for people that have just arrived, I'm going to give you a quick update of where we are. We've already had the Typhoon.
Ellie, Nick, thank you for your donation, Ellie.
Still coming up.
And Bird Feeder Live TV, thank you for your 5 gifted membership.
Aircraft.
Billy,
Team
thank you.
Raven are going to be on at about 3:15. The Catalina is here at 4:30. The Wing Walkers, those fantastic brave ladies on top of the Boeing Stearmans, will be here at 15:42. And the Strike Masters, again with John Hurley, will be coming back at 4 o'clock. Calidus Auto Gyro takes to the sky at 4:15. And at 4:25, the Chipmunks. 2 of the Chipmunks will be displaying. Then we have the Red Devils parachute display team at 16:36.
Thank you, Bird Feeder.
From behind us, over the tower, is the Red Arrows, the Royal Air Force display team, Red Arrows. So, still lots and lots of flying to do here, and lots to see and do on the ground as well. Coming up next is Richard Goodwin in the very powerful. We've had a pretty sedate display there from the Harvard. Well, this aircraft is the opposite when it comes to the power band ratio. He has power to spare and then some. And normally he has 2 jets strapped to the side of this aircraft. Unfortunately, we just went tech last week in Airshow Dublin, but he just unbolts them. Still has a perfectly operational pit special. The routine is about 10 to 11 minutes long, and it's going to be hard to keep up with him. We're going to have to definitely change the music. That Miller ain't going to cut it. So, also let you know that the Blackpool Airshow brokers are just in front of the tower. So if you head to the tower and then look to your left, or your right, I suppose, depending which way you're coming from, you'll see them for sale. But now, coming from the right, in knife edge, Richard Goodwin and the Muscle Pits. Side slipping at 100 feet. Cross controls, smoke on. Now he levels the aircraft out. Back into side slip. Pitching the aircraft up now to its climb to an altitude of 200 feet.
Wow.
Little check on the controls and straight into the snap rolls. 2.5 snap to inverted climbing downwards towards away from the crowd. Here he comes back from our left hand side, trading off the height and speed again. and into inverted. 2 point, oh, outside turn. Horrible. Negative G instead of positive G. Feel all the blood pushed up to the front. And there he goes, snap rolling the aircraft in the climb and coming out upside down, inverted, slowly coming down. Staying inverted, 5-point harness keeping him inside, and then snap rolling the aircraft around. The aircraft can roll about 400 degrees a second, so that's more than one revolution in a second. Watch now as he goes up into the inverted and just pushes over negative G at the top, staying upside down. Super uncomfortable. Makes it look so easy. Richard is very, very fit. He spends a lot of time in the gym, and you have to build up this G tolerance so that your body can take it when you're going through these punishing maneuvers. And unlike Typhoon that we saw earlier that was pulling all that G, Richard does not have any G suit to assist him with it. So it's pure muscle memory. And then there you go, another negative push out. Oh, very, very uncomfortable just looking at it. Snap rolling the aircraft down, 2.5 revolutions, and out to our right hand side. Richard has not only modified the aircraft with regard to putting jet engines on it, but also he's done a lot of aerodynamic work on the tips of the wings, you'll notice that. And as you can see, it's paying off in spades. 3 full revolutions at the top. Still snap rolling the aircraft in the vertical. Now watch it as he pulls the power back on the aircraft and just hangs in the air with the propeller, and then boot full of rudder, and then a wing over, and then another wing over underneath him, a double wing over as it comes back down. Other aerodynamic alterations that have been done to this aircraft include the control surfaces. So the ailerons, which give him his roll, are normally on a pitch just on the bottom wing, but as you can see as he snap rolls the aircraft around at the top and goes into a bit of a launch evac, he has 2 sets of ailerons on the top wing and the bottom wing. Gives him very, very good roll authority. And there you go, again, that negative G push out, hugely uncomfortable. Now watch as Richard's speed builds up, diving back down. Richard's based out of Gloucester Airport, now my part of the world, in the west of the country. But does shows literally all over the world. He's been in the Middle East, he's been all around Europe, and now again we get to see this prop hang, just pulling back on the power, just tickling the power, just getting the right amount, and then holding it there, smoke on, then he lets the tail slide back down into his own smoke. He's gone, oh he's back. No, he was lost in the ball of smoke. So the perfect tail slide, and that shows the precision that the aircraft has when it comes to delivering the power. It's got a better power to weight ratio than 1-to-1, so it's got more power than it actually needs. It can accelerate in the vertical, and that just shows it. Smoke system working very well for Richard there. He fell back into his zone. Now watch as the aircraft pitches up, rolling, then reverse the roll 3 times, and boot full of rudder at the top, another 3 reverse, and then pushing the aircraft upside down as he pulls back on the control column. So a very traditional cockpit layout inside, control column between his knees. None of this fly-by-wire little handset nonsense. Means that he can use his full upper body to wrestle those controls. And he's actually had an extension done on the pole, because the higher the control column is up, the more leverage it gives you. These aircraft are not pneumatic, they're not hydraulics of the control surfaces. So when he pulls on that stick, there's basically a piece of wire between the bottom of the stick and the control column. So when you're going fast, the forces need to actually move that stick a fuse. So inverted dive, like you do, that's when you find the pen that you lost a couple of days ago. It just pops out there. The amount of things I found in aircraft when you turn them upside down, how did that get in there? Exactly. So again, liberal use of the rudder in that turn as he snap rolls the aircraft around.
When the Typhoon first got here, they were trying to fight it. Yeah, you can see it, but it like
Now he's climbing up the height. And that means he's going to use that height for maneuvering as he comes back down. Smoke on. Let's count these off as he starts rolling the aircraft on the side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 complete snap rolls. Speed building all the time as he's diving down. Now pitching back up into the vertical. Rolling all the way up. We need to cut a sunroof for this commentary box because I can't see how he's gone up there. And diving back down. Again, launching the aircraft into a series 5 or 6 aileron rolls as it goes up and back down from our left-hand side, constantly training the maneuverability. Roll, then reverse, roll again. Now over the top, just pushing the aircraft forward. We call that a bunt. At the top where you push the nose down and very, very uncomfortable. Roll from positive to negative G instantly. Another series of snap rolls, and this time he's hanging the aircraft on the propeller and a boot full of rudder to get it around, still twisting at the top. And then reverse. Pit Special was the aircraft during the 70s, 80s, and a little bit of the 90s. Then, unfortunately, it was time for the extra 300, which took over its mantle as the world's leading aerobatic aircraft. Many, many world championships won before that. Now, most competition aerobatics, aircraft like this, have their own category because the carbon fiber of the extras and all the other MX aircraft like that far outweigh these aircraft. But as you can see, Richard has redesigned it, reinvented it, and it's got a new life in his hands. And hopefully we'll see him soon again with the jets strapped on the side as well. Another little side step there as he's coming through. Give him a wave because I can assure you he can't see you in that cockpit. He's using the visual cues. He heads out to the left hand side. Back down from his 100 feet. Tumbling the aircraft again forward. Nose down, picking up the display line again as he races in. Speed building up to about 300 miles an hour. Coming down in the dive. And then pulling back on the throttle at the bottom there. And Watch now as he brings the aircraft up into hover, and then a torque roll at the top. That's the torque from the engine, from the rotation of the propeller, spinning the aircraft. And he is now departing to our left, to Blackpool. So that, ladies and gentlemen, was Richard Goodwin in the pit, the muscle pit, no less. Very, very nice bit of flying. I'm getting dizzy just looking at him.
So am I.
Okay, so coming up next, we have our first big team, because it's 7 aircraft at the same time in the air.
I forgot.
It's Team Raven.
I know. We'll go to the shop on the way back.
So Team Raven have put together one of the world's best-selling self-build aircraft, and that's right, you heard it right.
Lolo, thank you for $10 from Lolo.
All V8.
And Andy, £5 from Andy D. Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate your support. Very much appreciated.
Just about enough time to go home, unpack.
Team formed back in 2014, and they've displayed all over Europe. 2025 boasts
Go bed and get up and go.
another year of successes for them.
I hope so.
And the actual name of the team, Raven, that came from a play on the letters ORV, because that's the aircraft, ORV8. So if you write it ORV, Raven, it was pretty obvious. Manufacturers of ORV8 are a company called Vans over in the States. It's all aluminium, or aluminum, as they say over there, tandem 2-seater, fully aerobatic. It's got great G limits.
There's been a couple of PayPals. Thank you for the people that's donated on PayPal. It's difficult for me to see.
Airframe gives this aircraft performance like a fighter almost.
Phone connection's quite
makes it perfect
not too great.
And you'll see these aircraft are 2-seaters when they come in, so like a fighter, pilot training aircraft, pilot in front, or pilot under instruction in front and the instructor behind. Team's aircraft have been modified with smoke systems, obviously. That adds a lot to their dynamic display. ORV8 has a fuel capacity of around 170 litres. And an effective airframe provides a long range and high speed. Just heard them all check in. So they're going to be on frequency soon. The team's going to be led in by Raven number 1, Simon Sid Shirley. He's a former Royal Air Force fast jet pilot with about 5,500 hours. So clearance has been given for the Raven display to start.
Raven.
Get ready, and we're going to listen in as well as the team leader calls out some of the maneuvers for you.
Got a bit misty actually here. Bit of a sea fog rolling in.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Raven at the 2025 Blackpool Airshow. as I said, leading in the team was Simon Fitzgerald. He's number 2. Patrick Wilson. He's the newest member of the team. Patrick grew up in the backseat of aerobatic aircraft, so he's used to this. Raven 3 is Pete Wells. Raven 4 is Paul Farmers. Raven 5, Mark Southern. Raven 6 is Gerald Williams. And Raven 7 is Russ Eatwell. What a great name, Eatwell. Watch as they come back from the left. So we just heard the brake there called, so that means number 5 and number 6 braking off. And they'll now come back. Watch as they both pitch the aircraft up into the vertical and do a mirror maneuver, rolling the aircraft at the top. And roll. The aircraft powered by a Lycoming 360. Great engine, Lycoming 360. It's like a real powerhouse. Now. Rolling left now. Dropping back. Tightening. Try and let me get out. Follow your course, microphone escape. On go. You can hear the call out from the team leader, making sure everybody's on board after that maneuver. That leaves the crowd line free for 5 and 6 to come back. And as you can see, they're positioned themselves in crowd center. And into a barrel roll. Now watch as they come towards you, get your cameras ready, they'll get ready for a break. So with 5 and 6 heading off to our left, keep your eyes out with the other 4 aircraft. They come in from our left-hand side. Number 4 rotating around the main body, Paul Farmers, applies professionally as a chief pilot and SAO commander of the Watch and Rescue Base at St. Athens in northern Wales. So 5 and 6 now joining back up with the main body of aircraft. Get ready for them as they come running back in. Now watch the aircraft as they come. They're going to roll in crowd center. Fantastic photo opportunity coming up. Aircraft are going to spread towards us and then burst in all different directions.
So I just can't see it in this viewfinder.
4 and 5. Let's go.
So as they fill the sky, you can hear the team leader calling out the break, and now they all have to rejoin again.
It's difficult to follow the aircraft.
So the Orbi 8, as I said, a home-built aircraft and very, very comfortable to fly. It's a good tourer. It's got good range. And also, you can have a side-by-side variant, so it's the same airframe, but instead of having the fighter concept that they have, where you can sit behind the people, if you're building it, you can build it so you can sit side-by-side as well. Some of them are actually 4-seaters as well. That's how much extra power you've got. So in this configuration, with just 2 people, or rather than saying 1 person, bags of power, because it's such a light airframe.
There it is.
Oh no, I missed it.
Dropping back and rolling left.
You want to come in, you got to climb over. Okay.
Close Moscow.
You want to sit up here?
As you can see, as the aircraft maneuver in front of us, they're very fast for what they are. They can get up to 220 miles an hour.
Brake, go. Stop, off, go. Right, off, go.
And unlike a lot of the aerobatic teams from the military that obviously pay the bills, all team members of this team pay their own bills, and it's their own aircraft, they pay their own maintenance, and it's purely a passion for them.
Smoke on, go. Come on, prepare to cut it, go.
Nice loop. As I said, the whole team is led by Sid. He's only recently acquired an Orbi 8. He switched over from his Orbi 4, which he served in the team for the first 4 seasons. He's a keen motorcyclist. Likes his time up in the Pyrenees on his bike. Lives in Cardiff, while not teaching the University Air Squadron students how to fly. He likes travelling. Amateur astronomer as well, so he can tell what's in the stars.
Rolling out. Now. Rolling up. Now.
Watch the 3 shift coming back in the crowd centre.
Something back. Giving up more power. Coming.
As they roll the aircraft out, on his right hand side, Patrick Wilson, number 2. He's the newest member of the team. Patrick started his career in aviation as an engineer on corporate jets before cutting his teeth on flying the Saab 340 up in the Highlands. That's some tough flying over there. And now a special message from Team Raven to everybody here at Blackpool as they extend their heart to you. Thankfully the wind is not going to blow it away. So there we go, the figure of a heart in the sky, and then coming from the right, the arrow piercing your heart. Yesterday, when the Red Arrows did that, somebody proposed to somebody. That's true. So now running in from the right, here's our next 3 Ravens. They're going to pitch up, and pitch up. Number 3 there, Pete Wells. He's been flying all his life. So he went solo on his 16th birthday. Flew in the Royal Air Force many years. Also started power fighting as a gliding tow pilot. So a glider tow pilot is the way to go if you want to build up some hours quickly. Piper Cubs and Pawnee. And he actually built an ORV-8 well before this team. This team was formed in 2014. He built his own ORV-8 back in 2002. So he was ahead of the curve when it comes to the team. So now, all 6 aircraft rejoining together, coming from our left-hand side.
Rolling out. Now, powering up. Alright, done, full button. Take off, go. Where's everything got Catalina?
So ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the Raven Cascade. So all 6 aircraft now joining up with each other as they're climbing out to the right. Let's see if they pitch back in towards this way. Number 4, Paul Farmers. He's flying professionally as the chief pilot, search and rescue commander, as I said, down in St. Anthony. He's number 5, Mark Southern. Mark by trade is an airline pilot. Lots of flying Boeings and Airbus over 30 years. Also ex-RAF fast jet, where he was on Tornado GO1 and GP. And Raven 6, Gerald Wilson. And Gerald, you'll know Gerald the minute you see him. He's an ex-rugby player, and he looks like a rugby player. He played in Wales, New Zealand and South Africa. Now he's a very successful businessman in Swansea. So, coming in for the last time, let's watch as they pitch up. And let's listen in to Team Raven call out the shots. Get your cameras ready.
Rolling.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Raven. Thank you very much, guys. Safe flight back to Blackpool, and then they'll be heading off back down towards Swansea and Cardiff. And really good to see them here on the second day as well.
Very nice flying.
So we're halfway through our flying program at the moment. Things are looking good. Weather is stable, which is what we want. And coming up next, in about 3 or 4 minutes, it is Catalina, the flying boat from plain sailing. Give you a few minutes to say a few hellos. I want to say from Adam Walker, wants to wish his wife Sabina a happy 12th wedding anniversary. From Adam, Tina, George, and Ted. Hope you're having a good day at the show. Shana Martin wants to say hello to her dad Graham. He loves the show. Good to know. Well, it's free anyway, so it's not like he's spending money on it. It's not, that's why he loves it. Okay, a shout out for my wife. And also we want to say a special hello from Jade Wharton. Eva Bray, Evie Bray, has been the best of her daughter. And thank you very much. That's from Jade. Tilly wants to do a shout out to Oscar and Scarlett at the Airshow.
The Catalina next, it's a flying boat.
Crone, wow. Three names. Sally Hutchinson Crone wants to say hi to Millie, who loves the Red Arrows. Well, she's got to wait till 5 o'clock when they come from behind. And remember, when the Red Arrows come at 5 o'clock, they're coming from behind us. And also the Typhoon. And that's from your mom, Sal. Hope you're having a great day, Millie. If you want to reach out and say hello to some people, by all means, it's Joe Airshow on Instagram, and I'll be happy if I can get through them. I can't get through all of them, but I'll try and get as many in as I can. And hope you're enjoying the show, hope you're enjoying the commentary. If not, all complaints go to Blackpool Council. And don't forget, we have a huge list of thank yous, because without them, we would simply not be able to put the show on. Visit Blackpool and Blackpool Council, particularly St John's Ambulance, the Blackpool Transport, Road Safety Services, Beach Patrol, Blackpool Police, all 5 events. And
Yeah, it's a free air show.
All of the RAF teams and the civilian aircraft, and a big thanks to all those individuals behind the scenes. There's just so many that we can't.
It's amazing that the first one was in 1909 was the first air show at Blackpool.
Help to make it a success. It is.
So I think it's one of the longest running air shows.
Now I don't know if there's any of them left. I think there might be a few, but there's still some airshow brochures available in the marquee. It's just in front of the tower and the festival headland, so go to the tower and look.
Yeah, I've still got plenty of
marquee building.
Mr. Coupling cakes to go through.
Airshow brochure.
It's
also from the Blackpool Tourist Information Centre.
Yeah, thanks Douglas for those cakes. I'm still working my way through them.
Tell you live here. They're going to be starting on the 29th of August. Great night out for the whole family. Ollie Murs is coming to turn the lights on, and he's going to do an hour show. Or is he? You never know where Ollie goes on stage just to away from them. I'm sure he will. I'm sure he'll jump the switch. And also they've got Louise Johnson, top loader, and it's a full night. The Optics Rock Academy entertaining you as well. If you want to know more about it, sign on for the ballots.
Which one?
Get into visitblackpool.com, switch on. Visitblackpool.com. So you've got to put your name in the ballot to get us votes. And you've only got till 10 a.m. tomorrow, so sign up quick. So now, ladies and gentlemen, if you look out to your right, the very distinctive shape of the PBY Catalina.
Catalina next. This is the twin-engined flying boat. This one should be easier to track.
So this aircraft, known as Miss Pickup, for obvious reasons, one of its many missions that Catalina did was picking up downed pilots. Based out of Duxford, and it's a conglomerate of people that have come together to save this aircraft. Keep an eye on the wingtips. At the moment you can see they're nice and clean. A little bit later on he's going to drop down the floats on either end of massive wing on this aircraft. Catalina is arguably the most famous and successful flying boat ever built. There's more of these built than any other aircraft of its type. Over 3,280 aircraft in North America. And also there was some built in Russia, believe it or not. It was produced in both flying boats and amphibious versions, so it would have little wheels that would pop out from underneath, and it could taxi up a ramp. They were used in a variety of all theatres of operations in World War II and by the Allied Air Forces and the US Navy. Anti-submarine warfare, coastal patrol, convoy escorts, and as the name suggests with this aircraft, air-sea rescue. Known as the Catalina, or the PBY as it was known to the US Navy, it was closely involved in many historical actions in the Second World War, Pearl Harbor, the interception of the Bismarck, where it was finally sunk, and the sinking of numerous U-boats. You can see those floats have popped down now. Those used to stabilize the aircraft when it's landing on the sea, which it did very often. Unfortunately, this aircraft does not land on the sea anymore. It's fully capable of landing on the sea, but if you subjected that airframe to salt water, it would just hesitate. It would speed up its demise, and it takes a lot of cleaning to get all that salt water off after it's landed. So it will land on a lake, fresh water, but we don't see the Catalina, this one, particularly land on the water anymore.
What do you feel?
And there's one of its characteristic oohs, slow. It sounds a bit strange, but for an aircraft to go slow is actually a very, very useful tool, especially when you're hunting submarines. Because when you want to come in and drop down from depth charges, you want to be accurate, so you don't be zooming in at high speed. So slow speed would help, and also the detection and the search for downed aircraft as well. The crews of these aircraft were incredibly brave, flying many, many hours out over the Atlantic, up over the Antarctic as well. Even after the war, the Catalina was still very, very useful. Numerous military and commercial operators around the world took them on. They were used as forest fighter bombers, survey aircraft, air displays as well. They were doing them even back then. Today there's only about 14 or 15 airworthy examples around the world, and Miss Pickup is definitely the most active, and she's the only Catalina flying regularly in Europe. In 2023 it was the aircraft's 80th birthday. She was built by the Canadian Vickers Company in Quebec for the Royal Canadian Air Force back in 1943. During World War II, the aircraft hunted enemy submarines, patrolling day and night along the coast of Western Canada. Post-war it was used for Arctic survey work, and also briefly as a freighter before joining search and rescue flights where it served until finally being sold in 1961. So it is a true warbird. It was transferred onto Canadian registration, and it was converted to begin a long career as a water bomber. She fought a lot of fires over Canada, did some seasonal work in the south of France, Chile as well. And then in the 90s the aircraft was purchased for an African safari project. So the idea was they were going to put really big blisters on the side of the aircraft, and you would fly along looking at the giraffes and the lions. Surprisingly, that company did not finish the conversion because it was a silly idea, and thankfully the aircraft was brought back. So coming for the last time from the right hand side, PBY 5A Catalina, Miss Pickup. So that's Catalina signing off, heading out. Really great to see that aircraft still flying. And if you want to join the Catalina Society and get involved with it, it's catalina.org.uk. There's details about shared ownership even on the website. catalina.org.uk.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice to meet you.
Just joining to the game. The simplest way to win at this game is 21 straight, 21 blackjack tickets, 21 straight, 21 blackjack. You get to choose any either card you like here today. This one again, if that's one you like here today, that's one you get. Look at the size of this one. So, That's a next. That's a 6.
So as the Catalina heads back towards Blackpool Airport, that means very shortly we're going to hear the rasping sounds of the Boeing steerman with the wing walkers on board. Now, this was not my idea, but apparently the girls want to do it. So Kirsten and Emma are on top of the wing of the aircraft as it's flying along. They'll come in, they'll do some maneuvers, and then this is the bit that I was a little bit dodgy about. They're going to climb down while the aircraft are flying right in front of us and get back in. So the first part of the end of the show, they'll actually sit on the front of the wing, and then they'll climb down into the cockpit, unstrapping themselves from the harness. But before that, we're going to be treated to a full set of maneuvers with the steerman, Dave and Brian at the controls, and it is really a very good show. So the girls are strapped in on top of the wing, and they have like a pole sitting behind them that they can rest on, and that whole pole actually rotates, so you'll see the backing of it. So they're not just standing upright. At one point they'll be doing handstands, at another point they'll be side on, they'll be like 90 degrees. Throughout the show I'm going to listen in for Dave Barrell, who's leading the show. So, ladies and gentlemen, coming from your left, high up, it's Aerobatics wing walking team. So as you can see, the girls are actually upside down on the top of the wing, and you'll see them rotate very quickly as they start to get the right way up. These Boeing steermen have been heavily modified. Instead of the standard 220 horsepower engine, they have a 456, let's call it 460 horsepower engine. And watch on top as the girls come back in from the right. And as you can see, they are upside down. That is their leg waving in the air as they grabbing onto the wire. Now keep an eye on the girls as they head out. Beautifully silhouetted. See they're upside down? Watch this. There they go, they just flipped around. They just moved all the way back to being the right side up. So that harness actually can rotate in any direction. (1940) Boeing steermen, as I said, striking red, white, blue liveries. And again, like the Harvard, you'll hear that sort of rasping noise, and that's as the propeller is approaching the speed of sound. So let's listen in as Dave calls out the next sequence. Get ready for the B break. Good photo opportunity. And as Kirsty and Emma right themselves around, flying the aircraft, as I said, Dave Barrell, he's the lead pilot, over 5,500 hours, over 1,400 displays. And Brian Corns, he's number 2, 13,000 hours under his belt and over 500 displays. Then on top of the wing, the first aircraft is Kirsten Upjoy, and then behind her is Emma Broadbent. Girls, as you can imagine, are super fit. They are in the gym all the time. They're fully trained for this very, very high G maneuver. Watch as the aircraft pitches down. And as you can see, Kirsten and Emma both raising their legs as they're subjected to 4G. So it won't be surprising to know that they're both acrobats. They worked in circus and dance and very gymnastic. Very big gymnastic displays. To give you an idea what it would feel like, you can imagine heading home tonight and you're going at about 100 miles an hour. Stick your head out the window of the car. And that's just your head. Imagine your whole body being exposed to 100 miles an hour. So both coming back on the B-axis. The ladies are now on the side. And crossing over. Again, staying on the side until they flip themselves around the right way. Emma is in her 4th year of wing walking and is equally at home doing solo or the display routine as we're seeing today. She has performed over 100 displays across 4 countries. Now, here come Dave and Brian approaching each other from the left and the right, punching forward and crossing over. I don't know if you saw it, but I think it was about 2-3 weeks ago now. There was a program on BBC One, and it was about 7 o'clock after the news, and it was a whole half hour behind the team, and they were following Kirsten around as well, and it was really, really good. So if you get a chance, have a look at that Wing Walkers. It's still on, I'm pretty sure it's still on iPlayer. Called the Ultimate Wing Walkers. It's on BBC One iPlayer. So if you want to see what it's like with the team behind the scenes, have a look at that. So now, as you can see, both aircraft have climbed to height. That means one thing, they're going to start doing maneuvers. So the ladies themselves, obviously on top of the wing, get a big drag on the aircraft. It's what's called parasitic drag, and that will slow down the aircraft. So even though they've got the uprated engines, they still need height to trade for speed. So get ready as they come rolling in. Now they're going to build up their speed. The aircraft are going to roll with the aircraft with the ladies on top. Watch, sitting up and rolling upside down. Whoa. No way would I do that job. So, Dave Barrell climbing out, turning these left. We're approaching. We've got past the midway point of the show, so they're going to come running back in from the right-hand side. Now, if you have binoculars, today is your day. Just keep the binoculars on the girls on the top of the wing. brief about it. Kevin, why do you use binoculars? You're an electrician. Now who's laughing? Keep an eye on the girls because you're going to see them unstrap themselves from the top of the aircraft and then move forward and sit on the top of the wing. So as we're talking now, they've unclipped themselves from the top harness and they've moved forward, and instead of standing or on their hands or sideways on that pole, once they come back around, have a good look through your binoculars that you knew you'd need one day, or maybe a big long lens on your phone, and have a look, see where the girls are now. They're sitting on the top of the wing. Girls come in and they say, so what's the job? Right, so the job is we strap you to the top of the wing of an aircraft. Oh, okay, well, alright, I might be able to do that. Oh, but then you have to unstrap yourself and get off the wing and sit on the front of the wing. But there you go, they did it. Now, not happy with sitting on the front of the wing, obviously. You can't go back to Renkum on top of the steerman. They're now going to transition towards the rear of the aircraft, and they're going to stand on top of the cockpit. They're not getting into the cockpit yet. So watch as they come back around for the penultimate pass. So watch as their final pass comes up. They're going to still head out towards sea and then turn gently to our right hand side, and then the girls will finally come around. And as I said, both of them are trained dancers, and I can never say the word. It's abaresque or ababisque or something. It's some sort of ballet maneuver where you basically grab your ankle at the back and you pull your leg up towards your back. If you know how to say that, send it to me on Instagram at Joe Airshow. But look now for the final time, coming from the right hand side, the Aerobatics wing walking team. Kirsten Popjoy in the lead, Emma Broadbent behind her, and at the controls, Dave Farrell leading the team out. Amazing display. Thank you very much. Of course, Brian Moore as well, bringing up the rear in the red. So a big thank you to Aerobatics and the wing walking team. Hope to see you again very, very shortly. Strike Masters are coming up next. Two of one of the most successful export aircraft that the BA Systems ever built. Strange enough, never served at the Royal Air Force, but these aircraft very, very capable. Huge success overseas.
Yeah, wow, there must be a fair bit of wind chill as well for those girls on top of the wing. It'll be quite cold.
Strike Master was built by BAC Corporation up in Worthing in Lancashire, labelled the BAC 167. And the Strike Master is a light ground attack export version of the Jet Provis. Contrary to popular belief, it does not have short landing gear, but many components, including the undercarriage and the wings, they were strengthened in order to prevent potential combat capabilities, so they could have a stronger wing, they could do a bigger loadout under the wing. As a result, it is extremely tough and a reliable aircraft. It's got an armoured cockpit and a single but very robust Rolls-Royce Viper 535 engine with more than 3,450 pounds of thrust, and also manual flying controls. So no fly-by-wire nonsense with this.
So what's next? Is it the Stearman? The Boeing Stearman? Next. Okay.
You should do a wind walk when you get 100,000 and you think shorts.
These manual controls, the aircraft is pretty heavy, and with the going jerk that you could tell a Strike Master pilot because of the massive biceps that he would have from conflict. It really was. It was a bit of a workout, especially when you're going extremely fast in a jet. Try and manually get the ailerons or the elevators to move.
Well, I think
a little bit tricky.
I think you should do it, John.
Also, it means without hydraulic systems and things like that, it makes it a lot less vulnerable.
It's a Strike Master.
In the environment that it operated in, which was low-level strike missions, your main problem is people shooting up at you. So the less more vulnerable systems that you have, the better, because just one little bullet going through a hydraulic pipe, and that would take out the whole aircraft.
Getting to write 100k
and that was proven many, many times with Strike Masters returning home safely, despite significant damage during conflicts where they were used. And also with all that extra thrust, it allowed the aircraft to carry a large weapons load, 2 machine guns up to 400 or 500 pound bombs or 32 rockets, where you can mix that up.
How a different way.
And it also has the capability of flying with underwing fuel tanks, extending its range as well. And like I said, it was a huge export success all around the world. The Royal Air Force unfortunately didn't take it, but Saudi Arabia, Oman, the Yemen, Ecuador, and also served down in New Zealand.
5 o'clock, Shane, 5 o'clock.
So there's 2 aircraft that are going to be coming in. Golf Sierra Oscar Alpha Foxtrot, which is the grey one, and then Golf Romeo Sierra Alpha Foxtrot, that's the brown and the green one. So now, coming from your right hand side, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Strike Master pair. So Golf Alpha Foxtrot, which is the grey one, that's a Mark 32 lane, belongs to the Strike Master Flying Club, based at North Wales Military Aviation Services, North Wales. This aircraft was imported by Mark Petrie in 2004 from Oman, and today it's an immaculate grey camouflage colour scheme. Would have been servicing in the Royal Air Force of Oman, exactly the same look. The aircraft is actually the youngest of the Strike Masters ever produced, being built as a one-off back in 1986, and it has accumulated a little over 2,500 hours of life so far, and that's pretty good for an airframe like that. That's got a long life ahead of it. And as you can see, it's carrying about 2 100-litre fuel tanks on the inboard wing pylons, and that supplies the smoke system. The other aircraft, the brown and the green one, Golf Alpha Foxtrot, that's a Mark 80A, and also owned by NWMAS Leasing. Started life with serial number as 1120 of the Royal Saudi Air Force. However, the wings on this aircraft actually saw service with the Royal Air Force of Oman during the Dhofar War, so it's a bit of a mix of two aircraft. Those wings were fitted to aircraft 403 during the service. Their wings were damaged, and now they all bear repaired bullet holes on them. And the colour scheme from this aircraft is representing the Sultan of Oman's Air Force from the 1972 area. Both aircraft, as I said, operated by North Wales Military Aviation Services, and that's an engineering company employing local professionals. They maintain a broad range of light aircraft and ex-military jets. A thoroughbred Welsh company who are achieving considerable success, and they have a well-deserved worldwide reputation as experts on strike masters. Flying the aircraft today, Sean Chiddington leading the pair, now in his third year. Sean joined the Royal Air Force straight from school, getting his wings on Hawk, became an instructor on the JP, so he'll be used to this type of aircraft. He represented the RAF actually as the Jet Provost display pilot. Did 80 shows. He also was flying Jaguars, 2 tours at Cottishore, then on to Lossiemouth. He flew after missions in the Gulf and the Balkans. These days Sean is the current airline captain, flying the A320, one of the UK's largest airlines. In addition to display flying, he's also a chief pilot at Jet Legends, flying passengers in the Strike Master, so you can actually go flying in these aircraft out of North Wales in the summer months. So watch now as they go into the break. Ian Brett is flying number 2, Bertie as he's known. Did a lot of flying as a PPL and a glider pilot. Then he completed university, served as an RAF pilot for 13 years, flying Tornado GH5s. He became a qualified pilot navigator instructor as well as a QFI on the tutor. And he also has a background in flying displays for the Royal Air Force. He's a tutor display pilot. Like I said, believe it or not, if you want to go flying one of these, you actually can. These actual aircraft. There's a company called Jet Legends, part of Aero Legends, and the first operator to be given UK CA approval to fly passengers in these jets. You can fly as a singleton or a pair. Spitfire while you're up there. So far apparently 200 people have popped the credit card for it. And as a passenger you can fly with Sean and Bertie that are displaying today. If you want to know more, go to aerolegends.co.uk. That'd be the ultimate present, wouldn't it? Flying in one of the Strike Masters. Hawker Hunter as well. Mid-air squadron was awarded ATRE for the Hunter aircraft. He also became an ME, CRI and an IRI, aerobatic instructor, and a flying examiner. Wow, his business card must be really long. It's got all these letters on it. Imagine how wide it is. He also uses his instructional experience to teach formation flying to civilian pilots. And this is his 4th year of displaying the Strike Master, having previously displayed for 2 years as part of Team Raven that we saw earlier on. So let's listen in as they come back around for the penultimate pass. Get your cameras ready, ladies and gentlemen, as the Strike Master pier comes straight towards us. And pitching up and heading out to the left field. Ladies and gentlemen, the Strike Master pair. Wonderful display of these vintage jets. Thanks to Ian and Sean for a wonderful display. So, we're approaching the final few acts this afternoon. Just to bring you up to date, at about 4:15 this afternoon, we're going to be seeing Catalina. That is the auto gyro. After him, we've got 2 Chipmunks, and after the Chipmunks, the parachute team are here, the Red Devils of the Parachute Regiment. Looking forward to seeing them, and closing the show at 5 o'clock.
Oh, they're going to land on the beach, aren't they?
Behind us. So I'm just listening out on the frequency, see if I can hear Catalina coming in. Peter Troy Davis at the controls. This is a unique aircraft. It's auto gyro, so like nothing you've seen today, this aircraft will amaze you with its agility and also its maneuverability. It looks like a helicopter, but it's not a helicopter, because a helicopter has a rotor blade on top that turns, but that rotor blade is connected via a gearbox and a hub to an engine, so the engine turns the rotor blade. Whereas this aircraft, the Catalina auto gyro, the rotor blade on top is just freewheeling. It's on a load of ball bearings and it's just spinning in the wind, okay? But any wind that passes through or over that rotor blade generates lift. So you're getting this free lift without having to link the rotor blade on top to any sort of power source. Now it does have power source, it's got a Rotax engine, but that's pushing the propeller. So it's got like a normal propeller on an aircraft, but the propeller's behind. So it's what we call a pusher. So, it's a unique aircraft, and it does some very, very abrupt maneuvers as well. Yesterday, when we had 30 knots gusting winds, it absolutely lapped it up. It likes it when it's windy because it gets a lot more air flowing over the rotor, so that makes it a lot more maneuverable, and it had no problem operating in some very difficult conditions. I can hear it coming from my right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Catalina auto gyro. told you it was very unique, isn't it? As you can see, it's fully covered. This aircraft was originally built as a sort of touring aircraft, and it's very comfortable inside as well. I'm sat inside it, there's loads of room, bubble canopy gives it great visibility, and it's even got a heater. And you see what I mean by once it comes downwind, it really does speed up. Very responsive on the controls, and that whole rotor blade flapping around on top, that's just free lift, baby. It is a very, very smart design. It was the first rotary aircraft ever designed. It was designed back in 1920. 1923, I looked that up. And it was way before the helicopter was invented. So you can see the Rotax engine powering that propeller at the back of the aircraft. So it's what we call a pusher aircraft. It's not pulling the aircraft through the air, it's pushing it through the air. Flight speeds anywhere between 0 and 120 miles an hour. So that's a good cruising speed for this type of aircraft. And because you're enclosed as well, it's very aerodynamic. It's a comfortable way to get around the country. I could have done with it on Friday night when I was driving up here for the 7 hours on the M5 and the M6. And as you can see, responds very well to the rudder. Look at the tail rudder at the back. He's using his feet to get the aircraft to swing. The Rotax 914 engine throwing out a massive 115 horsepower. That's not a lot, but more than enough because this airframe is so light. This aircraft was designed back in 2009, certified by the CAA as late as 2011, but over 1,000 of these have been made and sold worldwide. And you know, like you live in a dream world where you say, one day I'll have my own airplane and I'll have my own airfield out the back of my house. Well, with this, you literally could. It's not massively expensive and it takes off in about 10 meters. So you don't need, you literally take off in your garden. Depending on the weather and the wind, anywhere between 10 and 70 meters for takeoff roll.
Streaming equipment on there.
Peter putting it through its paces there with a bit of crazy flying. Clearly, no fly-by-wire system on board. And yeah, it was 1923 when they were invented. And that was only 20 years after the Wright brothers, so it was a very, very early form of aviation. You cannot stall these aircraft, so even if the engine was to cut out and it lost the power from the pusher aircraft, you've still got all that energy stored in the rotor blade because they're freewheeling. It's just rolling around there. It has a certain amount of speed built into it, so you just pitch the aircraft down, keep the airflow up over the rotor disc, and before you know it, you'll be safely touching down on the ground. Spiraling climb. It has a decent climb rate as well, 1,200 feet per minute. And now we can see where it goes into the hover. He'll just point it into the wind and it just stops. Yesterday we had that like 30-knot wind, so it just hung there like a helicopter. I think today it's gusting about 10, if that. But you can see even in descent, there's no big jerky movements. It's a very controlled, you know, you can tell he's steering it all the way down. He's got more than enough lift. As I said, they were invented back in 1923, and the name autogyro was a trade name for the inventor of the aircraft. Nowadays they're more known as gyrocopters or gyroplanes, or autogyros. So Sikorsky, when he invented the helicopter, he had obviously looked at the auto gyro and thought, well, what if we power that helicopter, that main rotor blade, and then instead of a pusher engine, we'll let the rotor blade do all the lifting. But then of course he had to put a tail rotor blade in to counteract the torque coming from the rotor. So as I said, that propeller at the back is just pushing the aircraft forward through flight. And also you'll notice when he flies, see how the rotor blade is tilted back a bit? That's to get the air to come up and flow through it. You don't want it flowing over it, you want it flowing through it. So when he pitches the aircraft forward, you'll notice the rotor blade will be almost flat. There you go, as he goes forward like that. So you need the air to flow through the rotor disc. You don't want it flowing over the rotor disc if you can help it. I want to say a big thanks to the sponsors for Peter's Aircraft, Runway HD VF4 Flight Navigation Software, never lost, Cooley Flight Equipment as well, and of course it's very nice to have a set of Bose headphones when you're in your helicopter, so it's got those Bose pilot headsets. There he goes, waving his big hand as he's coming by. Give him a big wave back. He can see you when you wave. Don't be shy. So a big thanks to Peter Troy Davis and his Calidus Auto Gyro. Very unique aircraft. Great to see it here. And as you can see, it can get up close and personal as well, because it's not one of the huge, most powerful aircraft. Watch as he comes back now in the center line for his final maneuver. Does look like a helicopter, doesn't it, when it's coming at you like that? It's like, oh, that's a helicopter. Oh, no, it's not. And of course, everyone recognizes it from the Bond days. There you go, a little bow, pitch the nose up, and exit stage left. Thank you very much, Peter. What a gentleman's carriage that is. So, coming up next is the Chipmunks. Now, I've got a lot of time for Chipmunks. I served in the Air Training Corps, and this was my first ever introduction to flying was a Chipmunk. But Peter's not finished yet. I think he left something on the beach, just came back to get it, and now he's heading off. Definitely going back this time. So a big thanks to everybody who's reaching out today on Instagram. It's Joe Airshow. The message came in from Kirsty Ann Murray. She wants to know, when's the Chinook coming back to the air show again? That's a good shout. I haven't seen the Chinook. I don't know if it's displaying. I think it's finished now for the season in this year, but we'll definitely put that to the organisers as well. If you want to have any suggestions for the air show, you just want to say hello to some people, by all means, give me a shout out on Instagram. It's Joe Airshow, and I'll see if I can read your message out. Emma Louise Bolton is here. She wants to give a shout out to Elizabeth and Peter Bolton, mother-in-law and father-in-law. It's their 46th wedding anniversary tomorrow, and we're set on the front row next to the lifeboat centre. That's from Emma, David, Paula and Patrick. Happy 46th, wow, 46th wedding anniversary. That's a lot of work there, that is. That's a lot of work. Well done, and congratulations. Hope you're having a
I can't compete against this commentator, it's so loud.
David Knight also wants to say a shout out. He's been coming to the Blackpool Air Show, get this, 58 years. 58 years.
58, wow.
He used to be out at the airport. He wants to say hello to everybody on the promenade. Hello everyone on the promenade. Hope you're all enjoying the show. And he's the guy in the red and black jacket looking towards the tower in the right hand side. Thanks, David. So David Knight, 58 years of coming to the air show. Again, I should point out it's free, so it's not like a big economical burden on David over those 58 years. But we do appreciate you turning up. So, get ready for the Chipmunks, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to be here pretty shortly.
Chipmunks.
So just in case you're looking up high above us, there is another aircraft in the airspace above us. That is the parachute display team, the Red Devils. And they drop a thing called a woody, which is basically a big long stick with a sort of flag attached to it. And what it does is, it drops down through the sky, and they keep an eye on the woody, and that tells them what the winds are doing. Because what the wind is doing down here on ground level, if you go up 500 feet, it could be completely different. So by watching the woody, they can actually work out what is the wind, it's called wind at height, what is the wind doing at height. So you're going to see that fly over and drop a woody. Don't worry, they're not throwing stuff at us. It's part of the preparation for the Red Devils parachute team, which will be coming up very shortly. And then of course after them, the Red Arrows. There's a lot of red at the back of this. You're a Liverpool supporter, this is your short show, isn't it? So as I said, coming up next, one of my favourite aircraft, the Chipmunk. Great aircraft. Also got a message coming from Libby Ross. Libby Ross wants to say happy 9th birthday to Corey Ross from Greenock. He's been coming to the air show for the last 4 years. What, he's 9 and he's been coming here since he was like 5. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Long may it continue. And also from Lauren wants to say a shout out for Jamie John Simpson. He's just had his birthday. And he's also 9. They're down next to the beach house. A lot of kids having a birthday. Is this like their birthday present? You're going to the air show and that's it. You're not getting a PlayStation. Adam Nielsen. Can't believe this. He's also to his 9th birthday. He's sent it in. He's got a son called Harrison. A lot of kids born on this day. And they're watching on the live stream on YouTube today from Dewsbury. I did not know I was being live streamed. I would have been a lot more careful about what I was saying. I could be cancelled in a heartbeat. So the Chipmunks, as I said, I flew with them when I was in the Air Training Corps, and they were my first ever flight. Really, really special aircraft. These aircraft are 70 years old, so bear that in mind.
Those are the markers for the Red Devils will use to.
They're not going to be putting high G manoeuvres.
Visualise the wind layers
They are a historical aircraft now.
During their descent.
It's great to see that both of these aircraft are still flying.
That's a surface wind indicator, I think. Bit of smoke. Yeah, gentle winds here, so I don't think the winds are going to be an issue for the Red Devils.
So just been listening on the display frequency, and as I was saying, these aircraft are 70 years old, so they're subject to mechanical issues now and again. And the aircraft did get airborne out of Blackpool, but unfortunately one of them has developed a radio problem. So under CA rules, you're not allowed to display an aircraft unless you have full radio comms. So what they're going to do is just come through one time. So if you want to get a picture of the Chipmunk, make sure you do it on this one single pass. They do a trail pass, and then unfortunately they have to head back to Blackpool and sort out the radio on the aircraft. So let's see them when they're coming through very shortly.
So the old Chipmunk is a trainer aircraft, single engine trainer aircraft for the Royal Air Force.
Calvin Kemp's been reaching out on Joe Airshow on Instagram. Wants to give a shout out for the first time ever attending the Airshow. Thanks, finally we got someone that's first here. Maybe he's been here for like 50 years, 20 years, it's my 8th time. Calvin's here for the first time and attending the show with Leo Kemp, and he's enjoying the whole atmosphere. Good, that's what we want. We want more people coming. Nicola Marie, currently watching from the airport. She wants to know, can we see the Air 400M? That's a very good aircraft. I would like to see that. I lived down in Bristol where they built a wing of that, and I was at Airbus last week, and we had an A400M come through. Very impressive aircraft. Myas wants to have a shout out to her 4-year-old son Harley, who's at the Airshow for the first time, and he loved the Lancaster and the Red Arrows. Well, the Red Arrows are still coming up, Harley, so you hang on there. So here they come, running in from the right for the one and only pass, or Chipmunk pair. John Hurl at the controls leading them. And you can see that classic red and white paint scheme on the leading aircraft. John Hurley at the controls. That is a proper 60-month powered aircraft, and the one behind it is what's called a super Chipmunk because it's got a light combing engine in it. And unfortunately, because of the loss of radio on one of those aircraft, they will not be able to display. So it's a quick hello and then goodbye from these aircraft. A little bit of a tail chase.
Ladies and gentlemen, just joining to the game, I've not seen a winning combination before. It's one of the most simplest ways to win this game. 8, 6, 10, 9, 90.
And now he's pulling up. John's pulling the aircraft up, getting a little bit of height.
A steep turn. Going left to right along the display line.
That XORAF T10 is absolutely genuine inside. You want to see it. It's like it's just come out of the factory. It just looks so good. And the other one is a 1953 aircraft that's been converted, as I said, with a light combing engine. These are the original Gypsy Major engine that was powering most of the fleet of these Chipmunks. The aircraft was used for many years as a glider tug before being completely restored in 2019 to its current pristine state. And all these Chipmunks are becoming really expensive and rare to own and operate because you need a lot of work and maintenance, and NDT work on these aircraft is valid, especially for display work. But as I said earlier, think about this, 70 plus years. I hope when I'm 70 plus that I'll still be flying around the beach of Blackpool. Of course, your classic tail dragger configuration, fixed undercarriage, and because he didn't have a lot of power as well. It was pretty docile on the ground. It's pretty hard to ground loop them. Visibility once airborne is okay. It's not the most spacious cockpit inside. I remember constantly banging my helmet, my foam dome on the sides of it. But as you can see, another gentleman's carriage. And we don't see enough of them flying anymore. Even they were very popular when they came out of service with the Royal Air Force, and they went into public use. And they were, instead of people buying one Cessnas and things like that, it was reasonable to buy one of these because the engines, avionics, were pretty rudimentary, so it wasn't exactly expensive. And a lot of ex-Royal Air Force personnel bought a lot of Chipmunks. But as technology moved on and the mountain of spares dwindled, just getting parts for these aircraft now is incredibly difficult and expensive. Now I think the Air Training Corps moved on from Chipmunks. I think it's the Block 105 that we go flying in now when you join those. As I said, can't recommend that organisation enough. Did 2 years in it, learned a lot about aviation and the Royal Air Force. So if you're interested in a career and to go flying, I couldn't think of anything better than going talking to the Air Training Corps. And you will end up in not a Chipmunk. Oh, got a little victory roll there at the end. But today's equivalent. So a big thank you to John Early, who's brought the aircraft in even though I had a technical problem. I'm now going to hand over, not just to the Red Arrows, who will be coming shortly, but to the Red Devils. Their display commentator is here, and he's going to take you through what it is exactly drives the man to jump out of a perfectly serviceable aircraft when he could just sit there. Instead, him and all his mates are going to jump out and come floating down to the ground. So, why do you do it, Corporal?
Well, we get paid to, is the first one, but everyone loves a job.
It's the money, then?
No, it's not the money, it's the job. You can't ask for a better job in the military.
Alright, I'm going to hand you over to Corporal Anthony, let me say, how do I say that? Saliba. And you are the official team commentator for the Red Devils Army Parachute Display Team. Take it away, Corporal.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As he mentioned, my name is Corporal Anthony Saliba, and I'll be your commentator today. If everyone just looks up into the sky, you can see the aircraft now is actually climbing to around 4,000 to 5,000 feet. That'll be the altitude for today's jump.
Awesome.
What they'll be doing on board then, they'll be going through the last minute safety checks. So each individual will check each other's parachutes off, ensure that all the harnesses and equipment they'll be using today is all safe for jumping. And from there, the JM will be looking outside the door. Each individual will have a quick little glance at the DZ, make sure they're happy, looking out for any hazards. Obviously we're in Blackpool, so we've got the big tower. Okay, so each individual get eyes on and look where the cross is. On the ground with us today, we've got Corporal Kai Fisher, so he's our DZ NCO. He'll be communicating with the pilot, communicating with the guys on board and ensuring they're happy. Again, on the ground we've got Private Joshua Ogge, who's going to be letting the smokes off on the ground so that when they do exit the aircraft, they know exactly the wind direction and the landing pattern for when they jump. If you keep looking up at the aircraft, we will see the first man exit. Okay, and he will let off some smoke from the side of the aircraft. That's not the aircraft on fire, that is them just making sure each individual has set the smoke bracket off.
It's directly overhead.
At the moment I still think they're climbing, so they'll probably just do one more lap, and then once they come around, they'll ensure that they're flying into wind, and then from there they'll exit the aircraft. In the aircraft today we've got 7 jumpers, so we've got our team leader, Corporal Stephen Hanley. Second on board we've got Lance Corporal Oliver Goss, who's our jump master. One of the most important jobs, his role today is ensuring that the spot is correct, so it's his decision and responsibility for each individual's safety as they exit the aircraft. He'll be the first man down to the ground, he'll set the landing pattern. So as a parachutist we want to stay upwind, okay, trying to put the best display on as possible. Once we get to around 600 to 700 feet we're going to start our landing pattern. So from there we'll go downwind, we're going to do a left-handed landing pattern, and then we're going to aim for the centre of the cross. Next on board we've got Private Oliver Hobbs. So today he'll be jumping out the aircraft with one of the small Blackpool flags. So look out for him, he'll have a big white Blackpool flag on a harness around his chest, and he'll lower it around 2,000 feet. On board as well we've got a crew team. So it consists of 3 members of the team. We've got our stat pilot, Corporal Richard Kingston. So he directs when they build the formation in the sky, all the responsibility is held on him. So if you look up now, first man to exit the aircraft is Corporal Stephen Hanley. He's on a wingsuit, okay, got smoke in the back of his legs, and he's going to drift all the way around, and he's going to pull it around 3,500 feet. Second man leaving the aircraft now is our jump master, Lance Corporal Oliver Goss. He's going to slow himself down at this point, and any second now you're going to see his canopy open. The next 3 members out the aircraft is our crew team. So sequentially they'll all pitch out the aircraft, trying to stay as close as they can together in the sky. What these 3 are going to do in the sky is a canopy formation called a try-by-side. So they're all going to try and stack each other's canopies on top of each other. From there they're going to compress the canopies. As you can see now, he's moving towards the back of his canopy. What this allows us to do is attach harnesses from each individual, strap ourselves together, direct ourselves onto the cross, and then from there we can downplane straight into a try-by-side. If we can put a big round of applause together, you can see now coming in, first man, our team leader, he was our wingsuiter today, Corporal Stephen Hanley.
Wow, look at that flag.
As you can see as well in the sky, we have Corporal Henry Moe. He's our big flag flyer. So the flag is actually 7,000 square foot. It has to be jumped on a tandem rig. And you can see he needs to stay upwind. It's really hard to control. Behind him, as you can see now as well, we've got our crew team and our cameraman following him behind. So our cameraman is Oliver Goss. The crew team is now going to direct the canopy formation towards the DZ. Next down, we've got Private Oliver Hobbs, so a big round of applause for our Blackpool flag flyer. He is now on his downwind. He's going to turn his canopy slightly, he's going to pull in his front risers, gather as much speed as possible, okay, and land safely on the cross. Big round of applause, Private Oliver Hobbs. So if we keep looking into the sky now, we've still got 5 members in the air. We've got Henry Moe on our big flag. He's safely trying to keep this flag upwind as much as he can and drifting it towards the cross. On his right hand side we've got the try-by-side, so they're just going to hold in this position. At the moment they're strapped together by harnesses. In the centre we've got Corporal Richard Kingston. On either side now he's attached by the hip by a harness, and he's directing both crew pilots towards the centre. Once he's happy, he's then going to downplane all 3 canopies. So listen out for the commands. You'll hear him scream. On either side of him now, they're going to direct the centre canopy, and they're going to split around 300 feet. As soon as they split, perfect opportunity for some good photos. Big round of applause. They'll be splitting any moment now. Perfect. So we've got Richard Kingston, he's our stat pilot in the centre, landing in the middle. On the right hand side we've got Corporal Brian Mull, and on his left hand side we've got Corporal Cameron Clark. Our big bad flyer, Corporal Henry Mull. Obviously it's a little bit tougher landing on the sands, with the big flagon and all that weight. Last man down to the ground, we've got our cameraman, Corporal Oliver Goss.
Wow, that was awesome. Absolutely amazing.
If there's anyone in the crowd who's enjoyed watching what they want to do and wants to do a skydive, please log on online to Red Devils Online. If you would like to do a
That was
tandem
fantastic.
parachute with the team,
Brilliant.
albeit it is quite far away
That was
from Blackpool,
awesome.
but
Wrote
we
you
do
the
run it
web
down
address
south.
down for a jump.
So, Neverhaven, the closest town is Salisbury. We run tandems out of Skydive Neverhaven. You can book them online. We'll take you up to 13,000 feet. You'll be strapped to one of our instructors. We'll have the cameraman record your full experience. From there, we'll chuck you out the plane, okay, and you can jump with the Red Devils.
No thanks. No
Any
thanks.
photos anyone's collected today, we do have our social media team, so Corporal Ryan Mull runs our social media. Please log on online, either Facebook or Instagram, at Army Red Devils. Please tag us in any photos or videos you've taken today, and we'll repost them on our accounts. Thank you very much, Blackpool. I hope everyone enjoyed the show. Last big round of applause for the famous Red Devils.
Thank you very much, Corporal, and a fantastic display as always. I actually did jump with you guys in Aldershot once when you had the Islander. I did a day's training. It's a really, really good experience. You learn to jump out of the aircraft and you learn to say 1001, 1002, 1003, check canopy. These are not the words that came out of my mouth when I jumped out of that aircraft, I can assure you. But really, how do you get so that you can go jumping with you again?
So online, it's called Army Red Devils Online. Just search it on Google. We've got our social media guys there. Go down to the tandem page, or if there's any event organiser you want to book us for following years, we've got a little side panel for that as well.
And a lot of people do that, and they get sponsored by, they pick a charity and they'll go away and get sponsored for the charity. So if you're involved in some charity work and you're looking to raise some funds, what better way than to jump with the paras? And where do you do those jumps? You still in Aldershot?
No, we're actually moved now, so we're in a small town called Tidworth.
I don't fancy jumping out the plane though.
And we do run our skydives out of Skydive Neverhaven.
Okay, thank you, Corporal. Thanks for the whole team. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for the Red Devils.
Thank you very much.
Hey.
So now we're going to have a short break. Red 10 is on site, Squadron Leader Graham Muscat, and he will be guiding us through our final act for Blackpool 2025. It is, of course, the Royal Air Force Red Arrows. So when Graham is ready, he'll take on the microphone. And again, I remind you that the Red Arrows will be arriving from behind us. So they're actually coming from behind the Blackpool Tower. So all cameras point in that direction, and it's going to be in about 15 minutes time, just over 15 minutes time, before we hand over to them. I've got to say a big thanks to everybody who's here today helping to organise. So many people to thank. And if you want to know more about what's going on around this area, visit blackpool.com is the place to go. But before that, I want to say thank you to Visit Blackpool and the Blackpool Council, St John's Ambulance, Blackpool Transport, the Road Safety Services, the Beach Patrol, Blackpool Peace, All 5 Events, and New Concept Security, all of the RAF teams on the ground as well as in the air, and the civilian aircraft as well, and all those individuals. There's just so many. Unfortunately, we can't thank you all. We wish we could. But you've made this weekend a very, very successful air show. Some not great weather yesterday, but they pulled it out of the bag. A special shout out to BBMF, who reconfigured their flying, and they came and closed the show for us yesterday. Right now, I'm going to wait until Squadron Leader Muscat is ready, and the Red Arrows will be closing the show. So the next voice you hear will be Squadron Leader Muscat, Red 10.
Could do with it. Have you got flight radar on your phone? Flight radar to check where the red arrows are?
Can't get anything, mate.
No signal.
Can't get anything. Got no signal at all.
Yeah, leave it. Currently north of London, sounds Rob.
Bay
Yeah.
at the moment. Someone's giving some info out in the chat there.
Yes, another winner. Winner. It's next.
Winner, chicken dinner. Well, thousands of people here.
Daisy Cow. Now we start. There's another lucky winner. 24. Jenny Lodge, coming on the inside. It's next. Jenny Prize, one winner here today. Jenny Prize. Lucky winner. Who's going to be the next one?
Are you ready for these Red Devils, Simon?
Yeah, just about. Yeah. I've kind of just got the technique now to follow them. Just fancy a practice.
Two minutes. Yes, only two running late. Yes. Twice. Two times on the line. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2
Red's just over 7.
Nice to meet you. Winner.
Chicken dinner.
Lady Ed. 10, 8 and 3. 10, 8 and 3 and a winner. Any price on it.
What's that on you?
Didn't sell out today.
I'll go on, I'll see you in a minute.
So ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to say the Royal Air Force display team, the Red Arrows, are heading in our general direction. So I'm going to hand over the commentary now to Squadron Leader Graham Muscat, and he will guide you through the last act of Blackpool 2025.
Good afternoon, Blackpool! I am Squadron Leader Graham Muscat, Red 10, Team Supervisor with Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It's the Red Arrows!
From behind the tower.
Absolutely fantastic to be here at Blackpool to round off the show on such a great weekend. I know it was a bit windy yesterday, but at least the wind's gone today, and we'll hopefully put on a great show. The team are airborne. They did a fly past at 10 to 5 over at Grill, and they're getting themselves ready for the show. I have the honour of talking through the show for you. I'll give you some more information about the team, about the pilots, and of course, most importantly, I'll get your eyes into the correct piece of sky, so you do not miss a single second of the action. The team are now at our rear. They get themselves ready. They'll prep the jets, they'll trim the aircraft out, they'll get the smoke pods ready to put on the red, white and blue to be here hopefully on time at 5 o'clock. An extremely busy season for us. We've been going since the end of May, beginning of June. We've got about 65 displays in total, about 17, 18 official fly pasts. We've just come off a week's leave, and then we're into the second half of the show, which arguably is the most busiest part of the show, of the season. We've got 2 days off, Monday, Tuesday, then we fly down to Cornwall on Wednesday to do a show on Falmouth on Wednesday evening, and then we're Eastbourne Thursday through to Sunday next week. So an extremely busy period for this time of the year. There are 3 types of show that we can do. We can either do a full show, a rolling show, or a flat show, and that's based on cloud-based and or airspace. There's no airspace restrictions here at Blackpool, but of course we can all see there's a little bit of cloud in the way. I don't really know what the height of the cloud is. I suspect about 5,000 feet. We need about 5,000 to 6,000 feet for a full show, about 2,500 to 3,000 feet for a rolling show, and a minimum 1,000 feet for a flat show. And that decision will be made by Red 1 as he rolls into the show, literally about 10 seconds before they arrive. And he'll either call full, flat or rolling. That's expecting to go rolling today, but you never know. Red 1 sometimes goes full through the cloud and then comes back through the cloud, give me a little bit of a heart attack, not knowing if they're going to come back down or not. But when they come, they'll arrive in a large V formation, which is the same formation that you see us flying over London when we do our official state fly past for His Majesty King Charles III. And we call that fly past formation a big battle. With all the even numbers, that's 2, 4, 6, 8 on the right hand side, 3, 5, 7 and 9 on the left hand side. However, when we arrive in the show, we're slightly out of order. We have 2, 6, 4 and 5, 8 on the right hand side, and 3, 7, 5 and 9 on the left. And we call that amateur big battle, amateur meaning that we're not in sequential order. And the reason for this is so that we can move into our second shape of the show, which is our world famous Diamond 9. If I go quiet for a couple of seconds, it's just because I'm speaking to Red 1, making sure all is okay for their arrival in approximately 30 seconds. When they come, make sure you give them a huge round of applause, a huge cheer, and I'll transmit that welcome to Red Arrows. And of course that'll give them that extra kick to make sure they put on a wonderful display to end the Blackpool Airshow 2025. All waiting patiently. They are coming from.
Daisy Cow. Another lucky winner. Daisy Cow.
So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please put your hands together for the 2025 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It's the Red Arrows! Arriving at over 400 miles per hour, trailing our famous red, white and blue. Red 1 eases the team up, and it brings them slightly to the right, which means he's telling me they've started the show rolling.
And you can see that amateur big battle formation, that famous V shape as Red 1 brings them around to the right. You'll now see Reds 6 and 7 collapse and sitting behind Red 1, and Reds 8 and 9 also move inwards as they form our world famous Diamond 9. Leading the team for his second year as team leader, Red 1 squadron leader John Bond. Bondy's in his second year as team leader. He's a former Typhoon pilot, former qualified flying instructor on the Tucano, where he was the Tucano display. On the right hand side of Red 1 is Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Rob Thomas. Rob is in his first year of the team. Uniquely, he was taken from training and made straight into an instructor on the Hawk Team Mark 1, before then completing his own training and joining the Typhoon Force, where he flew with 3 squadrons on ops over Iraq and Afghanistan, and then become an instructor on the Operational Conversion Unit 29 Squadron, all based at RAF Conisby in Lincolnshire. You now see either side of that centre section move rearwards, as Reds 8 and 9 move left and right to form one of the widest shapes that we fly in 2025. In from the left, the smoke comes on, in the Swan. You can hear those commands from Red 1, they're almost robotic and monotone in its delivery, and that's because we fly our formation by ear rather than by eye. And it means the pilots on the outside of the formation are putting their input on the control column just a little bit earlier than those on the inside, and that allows us to move as one. Reds 8 and 9 now sit behind Reds 2 and 3 to form one of the most iconic shapes in aviation history. The smoke comes on from the left-hand side. This is Concorde. On the left-hand side, that centre stem is Red 3, Lieutenant Andrew McEwen, known as Macca. Macca is also in his first year on the team. He used to fly the Aviate-B, it's a Harrier variant when he was on exchange with the United States Marine Corps, before then coming back and then joining the F-35B, the Lightning, the newest 5th generation fighter of the Royal Air Force, based at RAF Marham with 617, the Dambuster Squadron. Those that can see, you'll see Reds 2 and 3 move upwards. The rear sections form the delta wing shape, because 2025 celebrates the 20th anniversary of the Royal Air Force Typhoon Display team. You saw that aircraft fly earlier. It's a magnificent piece of aeroplane engineering. And from the right hand side, in nod to those 20 years of Typhoon Display team, from the right, Typhoon roll. 'em. On the right hand side, all the way back of that formation, is Red 4, Squadron Leader Chris McCann. He's working extremely hard, having to look through the formation, look at Red 1, because all our formation references are taken from Red 1, and not necessarily the aircraft on the inside of you in the formation. Squadron Leader Chris McCann is in his second year on the team, former Tornado GR4 pilot, who also flew on operations over Afghanistan, where he received an Air Force Cross for his service on operations over Afghanistan. As they come in from the front, from the left-hand side, the smoke comes on with a nod to the Royal Air Force capability in space. This is Apollo. Pilots in the Red Arrows. Of course, you've got Reds 1 through 9 displaying for you today. Myself, Red 10, former Tornado GR4 pilot, former Hawk T2 qualified flying instructor. This is my 4th and final year on the Red Arrows. And of course we are commanded by Wing Commander Adam Collins, Red 11, Officer Commanding RAF, again former Tornado GR4 pilot, and he's flown the F111 while on exchange with the Royal Australian Air Force, and it is his third and final year on the Red Arrows. Grids 6 and 7 now split towards the rear. This is an opportunity to get your cameras ready as they come around from the left for the colourful Big Vixen.
Come on, got it.
Flying with the air brake out. That is a small door at the base of the aeroplane towards the rear. This has twofold effect. The first effect means the pilots fly with a higher throttle setting, thereby producing a hotter engine gas temperature, and it makes the smoke colours burn a lot more brightly. The second effect is it means this airflow outside the back of the aeroplane is a lot more disturbed, and this makes the smoke billow a lot more fuller, and therefore in certain manoeuvres throughout the show we'll use this technique to enhance those manoeuvres. As I said, the Red Arrows is not just about the pilots. We have a team of over 120 personnel. Over 100 of them are the Red Arrows engineers, public relations, administrators and mechanics. They are known as the Blues, and there are a number of Blues today here at our public relations tent. So please pop along, say hello, find out what they do on the wider Royal Air Force and of course their roles in the Red Arrows. From the right hand side you'll see Reds 6 and 7 in trail, Reds 8 and 9 in trail on the rest of the formation. For one of the most popular, if not the most popular, the Red Arrows fly, it's get your cameras ready, it's that time, it's tornado time! Reds 8 and 9, roll goes, Reds 8 and 9 roll around the rest of the formation, but watch for the colour change as Red 1 brings them down the line.
Let's do it right.
Red 9 joining on the right hand side of formation as Red 8 joining on the right hand side of formation, and Red 9 plays catch up to form once again our world famous Diamond 9. As Red 1 continues to bring them around to his right, come back towards the display line, this will be your last opportunity to get that picture of the world famous Red Arrows in our world famous Diamond 9 before we start the second half of the show. Of course, the second half of the show is the more dynamic, fast paced, heart pumping, jaw dropping part of the show. But then again, once again, from the left-hand side, the smoke comes on, get your cameras ready, in the Diamond 9, it's the 2025, it's the Red Arrows.
Coming on the left. Hold it down.
And as we start the second half, we start with the same way as 2024, because it's so popular. This is the 5-4 split. As we go into the second half, we now operate in two distinct sections. Off to the left-hand side, you've got Reds 1 through 5, known as Enid, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5 from the children's books. Off to the right-hand side, you've got 6, 7, 8 and 9. They are known as Hannah, named after squad leader Ray Hannah, one of the first members of the Red Arrows, the only team leader to lead the team for 4 consecutive years. He took the team from a 7 to a 9 and formed our world-famous Diamond 9. So, Enid from the left, Hannah from the right, for the colourful 5-4 cross.
Come on, go.
Keep your eye on Enid to our right hand side as they now travel to our left. Red 4 starts to move in and sit behind Red 1 as Red 5 sits on trail on the rest of Enid. Number 5, roll go, and aboard is caught by by Red 5 as he rolls around the rest of the smoking Enid in the Twister. Red 5 is Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales, known as Dusty. Second year on the team, originally from Zimbabwe. He joined the Royal Air Force and flew the Typhoon on 11 Squadron, as well as an instructor on 29 Squadron, and also a test pilot on 41 Squadron, all based at RAF Conisbee in Lincolnshire. As Enid leaves to our right hand side, look directly to your front. You're looking for the smoke trails of 6, 7, 8 and 9. 8 and 9 smoke red and blue. Get your cameras ready, it's the Hannah break. Red 6 and 8 to our left hand side, red 7 and 9 to our right hand side. Hannah and the synchro pair are led by the synchro leader, that's red 6 to our left, smoking white, squadron leader Tom Hansford. Tom is in his third and final year on the team. He's a former Typhoon pilot, former qualified weapons instructor, which means he would teach all weapon technical information and tactics to the entire Typhoon force. Each pair will now turn back towards the display line. They'll dive down to approximately 100 feet above the sea. They have a closing speed of over 900 miles per hour as they perform the manoeuvre called the Hannah Pass.
Special.
Go up and down the roller coaster. Red 6 and 7 stay flat. Red 7 now off to our left, red 6 off to our right side. Turn hard back towards each other. Pull up to 6G, turning back towards the display line as they turn the Hannah Pass into Cyclone. Lead directly to our front. Look to your right hand side, you can see Enid running back in, the nose lights twinkling in the distance. Get down is what red 1 says, and they form the inverted V. Looking to your left hand side, you're looking for red 9. He's diving down to only 100 feet above the sea. He has a speed of over 500 miles per hour as he performs the Goose. Red 9 is Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. Ollie is standing there. This is the former tornado, your former qualified flight instructor on the Hummel T-Mark 2. And before he joined the Red Arrows, he also flew the Strike Master pair that you saw displaying earlier, based out of North Wales. Look directly to your front so you can see the synchro pair running back in, red 6 leading with red 7 on our left hand side in trail. It's that time, get your cameras ready, this is the one you do not want to miss. The smoke comes on for the world's famous Synchro Heart. And coming in from the top right to spear the heart is red 8. Red 8 is Flight Lieutenant Rich Walker. He's flown Harrier, he's flown Typhoon, and he's been a qualified flight instructor on the Hawk T-Mark 2. And the Arrows would like to dedicate today's heart to all the countless volunteers that have worked so tirelessly over the weekend to make Blackpool Airshow such a wonderful success. Keep your eye on the synchro pair, they're turning hard back towards the display line, that 100 feet, that closing speed of over 900 miles per hour. Each aircraft will perform a barrel roll. They'll cross in the middle, only wingtip to wingtip by 30 metres. That's only 100 feet. Followed by a second barrel roll in a manoeuvre called the double roll. your left-hand side, you can see Enid joined by Red 8 and 9.
And 9. Roll up.
Red 6 from the left, Red 7 from the right. Once again, each aircraft perform a barrel roll, cross in the middle, as they perform the manoeuvre called the circus. Each aircraft now pulling hard up to 6G, which means everything about them is weighing 6 times heavier than what we are on the Airshow promenade. The red goes to blue, the blue goes to red, Red 7 now on our left hand side, Red 6 onto our right hand side as they pass, completing the manoeuvre called the circus. Coming in from the front right 45, Enid once again pulling up the white smoke in trail. The red, white and the blue comes on as Red 1 performs a barrel roll in the sky, leaving a snake-like smoke trail in the sky in a manoeuvre called the serpent. That's another good opportunity to see our famous red, white and blue. That is only capable due to the smoke particles depending on the aeroplane. Last red one is capable of approximately 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke and 1 minute of blue smoke. Each of the colours have its own pilot button selectable on the pilot's control column. And in winter training, Red 6 and Red 1 come up with smoke plans. We have the right colour smoke at the right time in the display. Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 now moved up alongside Red 1. Working hard, pulling up to 4G, looking 9 degrees along their shoulder line as the smoke comes on from the right in the tango. As Enid leads to the front left 45, coming in from the left, Red 6 and 9, from the right 7 and 8. Red 6 and 9 roll inverted, 7 and 8 from the right hand side in one of our newest manoeuvres for 2025. This is Chainsaw. Red 6 and 9 inverted for up to 30 seconds, all the blood rushing to their head and working extremely hard. Conversely, now they turn the negative G into positive G, all the blood rushing from their head, trying to get into their feet, while they pull up to 6G, working extremely hard against their G-pants to remain conscious for the rest of the show. In from the left-hand side, Enid once again, the smoke comes on. 2 and 3, roll go. It's 2 and 3, roll to the outside of the formation. Clear, go, with Reds 4 and 5, roll to the outside. One of the hardest maneuvers the master each year. This is rollback. As Enid lead to your right hand side, look directly to your front. Once again, you're looking for the nose lights of Hannah twinkling in the distance. The smoke comes on from Red 6. 8 and 9, red and blue, roll around the smoke of Red 6. And for those at show centre, we can see 6, We can see 8. We can see 9. However, hiding in the smoke trail of Red 6 is Red 7 in the Tempest.
Wow.
Once again, Red 6 to the left-hand side, Red 7 off to the right-hand side. Each aircraft will come up to approximately 1,000 to 1,500 feet before coming back towards the display line for their final manoeuvre of the show. Each aircraft once again dive down to 100 feet. At close speed of over 900 miles per hour, each aircraft perform a barrel roll followed by a cross and inverted flight in a manoeuvre called the crossbow. Go. Look directly to your front, you're looking for Reds 135, that's Enid, once again joined by Reds 8 and 9. The smoke somewhat comes on, get your cameras ready. Just ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's been an honour and a pleasure. Please put your hands together for the 2025 Royal Air Force Aerobatic team. It's Red Arrows! Puts his smoke on, he'll gather the rest of the formation, take the Blackpool airport, we'll refuel the aeroplane, and then we'll jump back in it to take them home, to arrive back at our home base at Waddington Lincolnshire around about 7:30, 8 o'clock tonight. If you'd like any more information about the Red Arrows, of course, we're all across social media on Facebook and Instagram, RAF Red Arrows. All the pilots have their own Instagram accounts. If you want to follow us, you can follow me, RAF Red 10, and then follow the rest of the team. You can do hashtag Red Arrows, pick up the images and pictures we'll share across social media. As it's been an honour and a pleasure to perform today at Blackpool Airshow and finish it off. It is my 4th and final year. It's been an absolute honour and a pleasure to represent the Royal Air Force as part of the Red Arrows and be part of the Blackpool Airshow. Please have a safe journey home, and once again, on behalf of the Red Arrows, thank you very much. Goodbye.
Big round of applause to Squadron Leader Muscat awesome. And the whole of the Red Arrows team. What a way to finish the fantastic
everybody
weekend.
goes home.
Say, some thank yous to some very
that was fantastic.
People who made this show possible. Of course, the event organizer himself, Chris Pope. Without Chris,
and of course, it's a free 2-day air show.
Flying
so
Display Director Rod Dean. And their FCC chairman,
your nephew's
Roger
in the chat, by the way.
who worked
your
so hard
in the chat.
In the background, making
sure that
Chris,
Chris
in the chat. Displaying in front of us, and of course the rest of the Flying Control Committee, Nikki, Taylor, and
hello to you, Chris.
A couple of donations, bird feeder, give another gift.
Kept us safe all weekend.
Bird feeder,
thank
you. Christine. Thank you for £10, very generous of you, Christine.
Thank you to everybody that sent me a notice on Instagram. Unfortunately, I couldn't get through you all. And if you want to let us know how you think of the show, you can still reach me on Joe Airshow. Final shout out is from Aaron.
89,000 subs as well.
Lowe,
wow,
streaming the whole event on
fantastic.
YouTube, live, and it's been a pleasure watching the show from all the way at home.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Thanks all for watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, massive thank you for letting me be a commentator this weekend, and
6,000.
have a safe journey home.
Hopefully
we'll see you all again next year.
You went to
If
about
you want to
6'9",
know
I
about
think.
Wow.
routes on the way
Join
home,
the Red Arrows.
visit Blackpool.com is where you need to go. Apparently Chris told me that's where all the tips are.
Who's next? Who's next? Who's got it? Who's got it? Who's next?
And
I've just said everyone queuing up for fish and chips now.
Yeah.
It's about 5 minutes.
So goes it, Chippy.
Waiting to clear some stuff off the beach.
Starving.
And in about 5 minutes time we'll drop the chains, and then you can let the kids loose onto the beach. I can see them all saying, I need to get out there.
Sorry, I was asking, do you like sell your your videos? Or like do you post your videos?
It's on YouTube. YouTube.
Do you have like...
I haven't got... It's Simon Lowe Aviation.
Pardon?
Simon Lowe.
Sorry. Simon?
Lowe, yep. L-O-W-E.
L-O-W-E?
Yep.
W-E. Sorry.
Aviation. Aviation.
Aviation?
Yep.
How do you spell that, sorry?
Straight from Manchester most of the time.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank
Press
you so
enter,
much.
press enter.
Thank you.
Alright, it's on YouTube.
Time.
Yes.
Tell us it's seen as a Blackpool.
I will.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Wow, Celia, thanks so much. £5 from Celia. Wow. What a day. And of course, don't forget it's a free show, so if you want to come down, it's 100% free. Just to come early to avoid the crowds. That's my advice.
What's name still?
Yeah,
On the horizon there. Right there, sky from the arrows.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian. Thanks, Brian. £5 from Brian. Awesome.
A bit different today, Simon. A bit.
Yep. Yeah. Something completely different.
Yeah, a bit challenging, but
Yeah.
well, they really did.
You never know. We might do something again. Janet and Dave Yap, thank you for your £10. Fantastic support. Blackpool's about 50 miles, isn't it?
It's to the airport for me. It's about 52, 53.
Right, shall we finish there and head off to...
Yeah, and we got the shout out from the commentator as well.
Was he talking about me?
Yeah,
stream?
John from Drones and Planes.
Oh, right.
Put one over on the Instagram.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if he was talking about my stream or somebody else's stream.
No, he put over. John put the message on Simon Lowe Aviation streaming on YouTube.
Wow. Oh, fantastic. So thanks all for watching. We'll close it there. Ellie, Nick, thank you so much. £20 from Ellie. Much appreciated. And Christine Barrett, £20. Thank you, Christine. Of course, the pilots are the stars of the show. I've just pointed the camera. I appreciate your support.
I think people showing their appreciation there, so it's obviously been it's gone down well for you.
Yep.
People have appreciated it, so
yeah, that's great.
all good.
Yeah, my advice is to come down around 10 o'clock or sooner if you can do next year, to avoid all the rush hour traffic and people. Should we head off to the chippy, John, do you think? I'm starving, I don't know about you. We'll close it there. I'll be back on Tuesday, 7:30 usual, at Manchester Airport. Hope you can tune in for that. And we've got 777.
Etihad 777 cargo.
Arriving about 7:30.
I think we've got a last name as well.
757.
757.
Yeah, so tune in for that if you like your civil aviation stuff. Good to see Mr. Tickle here as well, and Drones and Planes. John from Drones and Planes came up. Yeah, there's quite a few PayPals that come through, but they have to go into the app to find them.
Do them before you finish.
Yeah, one from Philippa, £5 from Philippa, £20 from Francis. I think there's a few others as well. Just have a look. Alice, £1.60 from Alice. Lana, £28 from Lana, £30 from Lana. Fantastic, thank you Lana. Callum, £10. Heather Beeston, 20. And Karen Lewis, £1.60. I think that's everything today. I think so. What day is it? 10th. Yeah, thanks all for the PayPals, that's fantastic support. Right, we'll call it a day. Thanks for watching, folks.
Shout out to Janet for helping out.
Yeah, I'll remove the spanner. Yeah, thank you, Janet.
And the other mods as well.
He was one of the
Appreciated as always. Kicking off.
Right, we're going to go off for a chippy tea and oh, Douglas. We can't get away, can we? Thank you for your £10, Douglas, that's a fantastic support. Beach is open. Yeah.
This is off the promenade onto the sand.
Got it? Yes, winner. He's only played second win. 2 10s and a 1. You've got it, mate. You're next. 2 10s and a 1. Any prize. You're next, lady. Any prize for you today. You'll have a real one, yeah?
Yeah, it's been a long day for me, so
yeah.
I was up at 4:30 today to get here in time to avoid the rush hour. So,
feet up tomorrow, Simon.
Yeah, feet up. And a long line in bed.
Yeah. Feet up, rest up, and then we'll see you back on the shift.
Yeah, thanks all for watching. Take care, we'll finish it there.
Hey everyone.
Enjoy the rest of the Sunday. See you on Tuesday. Bye for now, everyone. Take care now.
Bye for now.